Chapter 22:45. Xu Jing's face was filled with shock. But I didn't, she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. Could it be, because of that Shengguanyu? But, even if she has the support of Precious Treasure Pavilion, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Jin Yunlai frowned. Actually, after knowing about this matter, he also thought about it a lot. After guessing and guessing, it seemed to point to that person. But, didn't she just come to the Illusion God Palace not long ago? Why would the Emperor personally come for such a person? No matter how he thought about it, it didn't seem right. But other than this reason, there didn't seem to be any other explanation. It seems that she's more important to Precious Treasure Pavilion than we expected. Jin Yunlai paused. I've reminded you before that you shouldn't casually provoke the people that Precious Treasure Pavilion wants to protect. What happened now? Being reprimanded in public and losing face was one thing, but the most important thing was that her position as the 8th Divine Envoy was also in danger. Xu Jing bit her lip and couldn't say anything. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she was in big trouble this time. And it was very likely that it was because of that Shengguanyu. Why would the Emperor do this for such a person? The Emperor's intentions aren't something that you and I can guess. This matter is over. Don't do it again in the future. Jin Yunlai's gaze was cold. Otherwise, let alone me, even the first Divine Envoy won't be able to help you. Shuddering from head to toe, Xu Jing nodded with difficulty. Thank you for the reminder, 7th Divine Envoy. I understand. Chang Wanzhou slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a cold light seemed to appear in those clear and cold eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He let out a long breath. The extremely cold power sealed in his body had been converted into his own divine power. Abundant energy surged in his limbs and bones, and every part of him seemed to contain an astonishing explosive force. He raised his hand and pointed forward. Buzz! The void shook. Ripples spread out in all directions. He swept his hand and calmed the ripples. This feeling of lightness in his body. It had been many years since he felt so light. He raised his eyes and looked ahead. At the end of the distance, a majestic palace stood. Sacred, solemn, and inviolable. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the expression in his eyes had returned to normal. Then, his figure moved, and he came to the courtyard. He stood still a few steps away from Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's lips curved into a smile. Congratulations, Xiao Zhou. It was very rare for someone to become a god at such a young age. What's more, his body's condition was rather special. Being able to succeed this time was really something to be happy about. Chang Wanzhou fixed his eyes on her, and there seemed to be waves surging in his eyes. Chu Liyue was startled. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Chang Wanzhou lowered his eyes. Thank you, Master. Chu Liyue felt that he seemed a little strange, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. The way he looked at me just now, perhaps it was because he had just become a god and was not used to it yet? Chu Liyue thought to himself. She stepped forward. Give me your hand. Chang Wanzhou obediently raised his hand. His wrist was thin and white, as if it could be easily broken with a little force. However, who would have thought that such a young man had become a god? Chu Liyue put her fingers on his wrist and separated a part of her power to check it. The power of extreme frost in his body had indeed completely dissipated and turned into his own power. However, the sudden burst of power was too strong and caused a great impact on his key meridians. There was indeed some loss. However, this was not important. He just needed to recuperate. She retracted her hand and handed over the stabilizing pill. Now that you are a god, your strength has been greatly improved in all aspects. You should be able to recover by yourself. With this stabilizing pill, you will be completely healed in less than half a month. Chang Wanzhou took it with both hands. The jade box was cold to the touch, but he felt hot in his palm. Thank you, Master. Chu Liyue smiled and rubbed his hair. Why did you suddenly become so serious after becoming a god? Chang Wanzhou's rose-petal-like lips curved slightly and said softly, "Master is master." Chu Luiyue did not mind. He had always been quiet and reserved. "I don't have to worry about your body anymore." Chu Luiyue was very happy, but then she immediately shook her head. "I don't know who put the seal on you." Chang Wanzhou lowered his eyes and did not say anything. "Forget it. Anyway, it's fine now. It doesn't matter if we can't find out," Chu Luiyue said. She did not know how many years ago it was. Chang Wanzhou himself did not remember, so it was even harder to say. Chang Wanzhou nodded. "I'll listen to you, master." Chu Luiyue could finally let go of one of her worries. After saying a few more words, she decided to make a trip to Jinbao Pavilion. She had not finished copying the mythical flame diagram yet. In addition, she also wanted to see if she could get a chance to meet the second-in-command of the Treasure Pavilion. When Chu Luiyue arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, there was almost no one there. Ming Shu was arranging the medicinal herbs on the shelves. "Lord Ming." Hearing the voice, Qing hurriedly turned around and saw Chu Luiyue. He immediately smiled. "Oh, Miss Shangguan, why are you here today?" Chu Luiyue looked around. "I came when I was free." "But your shop? Why is it so quiet?" Qing laughed. "People can now enter and leave the herb mountain at will. They can get whatever medicinal herbs they want. Naturally, there are fewer people here." Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched. This seemed to be caused by her digression. February, silently Empress, kill the Empress. Xiao Zhou. Don't be so dramatic. February, aggrieved, 6 p.m. Chapter 2246. It was rare for her to feel a little embarrassed. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect this matter to blow up and even implicate Jinbao Pavilion." Zhuo looked at her strangely. "Miss Shangguan, why do you say that?" Chu Luiyue coughed. "If I didn't insist on going to Herb Mountain to get the crouching dragon carrot, all these things wouldn't have happened and affected Jinbao Pavilion's business." "Oh, you're talking about this?" Ming Shu immediately understood and laughed. "You don't have to apologize for this matter. Anyway, Jinbao Pavilion doesn't rely on those herbs to make a living. It's just a little less money. Whether it's Xian formations, divine weapons, or even divine beasts, they're all much more important than herbs." Chu Luiyue was stunned. "You mean, think about it. The illusory god palace has that herb mountain, and there are countless heavenly treasures growing there. Although the 8th divine emissary has set many rules, most heavenly doctors are still able to enter and get what they want. Only a small part of it needs to be operated by Jinbao Pavilion. Speaking of which, this amount of money isn't much. You don't have to take it to heart. Chu Luiyue, this Jinbao Pavilion is really rich and overbearing. So many herbs business, and they just gave up on it. If it was Sanson, she would probably cry on the spot." She carefully thought about Zhuo's words and felt that it made sense. However, she still felt a little apologetic for causing losses to others. "You, on the other hand, are really famous in the illusory god palace now." Ming Shu gave a thumbs up and praised from the bottom of his heart. Everyone said that because Miss Shangguan insisted on competing with Liang He in alchemy, that person finally took action and suppressed the 8th divine envoy and abolished all the rules she set. From then on, everyone can enter Herb Mountain as they wish. Who knows how many people are grateful to you?" Chu Luiyue laughed. "You're joking. This matter really has nothing to do with me. She just wanted to get a few crouching dragon carrots. As for what happened after that, it really wasn't in her control." Zhuo chuckled. "No matter what, your position in the illusory god palace will be different from before. When they see you, they will have to thank you personally." The corners of Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. He didn't take this matter to heart. Actually, she didn't really care about how those people treated her. "It's good that you don't blame me. This time, I'm here to continue copying the mythical flame diagram." Ming Shu hurriedly said, "Please." Chu Luiyue asked as he walked upstairs. Is the second master feeling better? Much better, much better. Who would have thought that Miss Shangguan was still thinking about this? Ming Shu asked in surprise. Chu Luiyue stopped in his tracks and smiled faintly. I wonder if second master has the time to meet me this time? Ming Shu looked a little troubled. I'm afraid that's not possible. You don't know, but our second master hasn't returned for a long time. This time, on the one hand, he needs to recuperate. On the other hand, we need to show him the bills of the treasure pavilion for the past few years. I don't think he has time to see you in a short period of time. He glanced at Chu Luiyue carefully. Miss Shangguan, do you have something urgent? Chu Luiyue paused for a moment and chuckled. Not really. Since second master doesn't have time, then forget it. It's the same if we meet in the future. With that, she turned and walked up to the second floor. The entire second floor was as quiet as ever. Chu Luiyue went straight to the room from last time. After entering, she found that everything was exactly the same as when she left last time. Zhao stood at the door and said with a smile, Don't worry, only you can come in here. No one else is allowed to barge in. So, it's the same as when you left. Chu Luiyue thought that it was good for them to do this since the mythical flame diagram was a treasure here. At least it would save her a lot of trouble. Then you go ahead. I'll leave now. Chu Luiyue nodded. Take care, Lord Ming. Zhao left very quickly. It was obvious that he trusted her very much. Chu Luiyue pulled out a chair and sat down. Then, she took out the mythical flame diagram. This time, Chu Luiyue copied 15 Xian formations in one go. The ones in the first volume were not difficult for her, so she finished them very quickly. Then, she picked up the second volume and looked at it for a long time. When she flipped to the Heavenly Demon Xian formation, she paused and stared at it for a while. It's indeed a little difficult, she muttered softly. Even a great grandmaster would need a lot of time to completely comprehend it. No wonder Xiao Ran was trapped for so long. It's a little similar to the Sky Shuttle formation, she said thoughtfully. In fact, all the Xian formations that started with the word Tian in the second volume seemed to be a little similar to the Sky Shuttle formation. Because she had already forcefully engraved the Sky Shuttle formation in her mind, it was much easier to look at these now. Although she had already memorized many Xian formations in the Red Moon Desert, it was not so easy to master them. Fortunately, her realm had increased, so these were not too big of a problem for her. After staying for a while, she stood up. After handing over the copied Xian formations to Ming Shu, she quickly left. Originally, she wanted to return to her residence directly, but halfway there, she suddenly noticed a figure flying across the sky. She looked up and saw a familiar back view. The seventh divine envoy? Looking at the direction, it was still heading for the Heaven Gate. She blinked her eyes and immediately realized that someone else had probably come. The Heaven Gate would be open for a year. During this period, all the cultivators in the divine ruins could enter the illusory god palace as long as they could cross the sea and climb the bridge. It had been almost a month since they came here, so it was normal for others to come. Chu Luiyue looked in that direction and was curious. She wondered who had come this time. However, she was a little far from the Heaven Gate, so she could not see the facial features of the people. She could only vaguely see that there were quite a few people, at least 7 or 8. Jin Yunlai arrived at the Heaven Gate and began to inspect them one by one. Chu Luiyue looked for a while and realized that for some reason, they seemed to be a little slow and did not come in. She was also a little bored from waiting, so she turned around and planned to leave. However, just as she took a few steps, she heard a voice from afar. Yo, isn't this Master Yu? Chu Luiyue paused and looked to the side. The man in front of her had already crossed the Heaven Gate and was looking in her direction. At this moment, without the cover of the Heaven Gate's light, she finally saw the other party's face. Who are you? Chapter 2247. Chu Luiyue said calmly. The man's expression froze for a moment. Chu Luiyue looked at him inquisitively with a sincere face. She really didn't know this man. The man took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and said word by word, "I'm sorry." "Nan family, Nan Jinshu." Chu Luiyue blinked. Oh, the Nan family? She had some impression of the name Nan Jinshu. He used to be an elder of the Nan family and wasn't very famous. After Nan Yifan and the others died, he quickly rose to the top and became the current patriarch of the Nan family. Originally, it was not his turn to sit in this position, but after that battle, the Nan clan had suffered heavy casualties, and there were not many venerable gods left. This gave Nan Jinshu a chance. During this time, there hadn't been any news from the Nan family. They were probably recuperating. Chu Luiyue thought they would need a long time to recover. She didn't expect them to come to the illusory god palace. "We're nameless. It's normal that you haven't heard of us." Nan Jinshu quickly adjusted his state of mind and his expression returned to normal. Chu Luiyue didn't want to continue the conversation. After responding, she turned to leave. "Master Yu, please wait." Nan Jinshu immediately called out to her. Chu Luiyue turned back. "Patriarch Nan, is there something else?" Nan Jinshu smiled and his gaze landed on the letter at her waist. "Nothing, I just find it strange. You don't have a bloodline totem. Why are you here?" Chu Luiyue also smiled. "I can't help it. My talent is too good. Although I don't have a bloodline totem, I'm much stronger than most people. I thought I might as well walk around the illusory god palace." "What, does Patriarch Nan have something to say?" Nan Jinshu's eyes twitched. He knew Chu Luiyue was sharp-tongued. Now that he saw it, it was true. Just as he was about to retort, his heart suddenly trembled when he met that pair of dark, calm eyes. He didn't forget how ruthless this woman was. If he fought her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, he chuckled. "Of course not. I'm just surprised to see Master Yu here. Such a small matter can surprise Patriarch Nan. Your psychological endurance is really not that good." Chu Luiyue shrugged. Nan Jinshu's expression darkened. "You, Nan Jinshu." Jin Yunlai suddenly called out to him. Nan Jinshu immediately turned around and cupped his fists. "Seventh Divine Envoy, what can I do for you?" Jin Yunlai quietly glanced at Chu Luiyue. "Settle these people down first, then come to the illusory god palace." These words were directed at Nan Jinshu. Nan Jinshu immediately replied respectfully, "Yes." Chu Luiyue narrowed his eyes slightly. What did Jin Yunlai say? He wanted Nan Jinshu to go to the palace of the illusory god. Wasn't the palace of the illusory god heavily guarded? Wasn't it forbidden for ordinary people to enter? She thought about how much time and effort Mu Yafeng had spent on the star passage to obtain the right to enter. And Nan Jinshu went in just like that? Nan Jinshu's eyes flashed with pride, as if he saw her shock. "Master Yu, we'll meet again in the future. However, I'll be spending most of my time in the palace of the illusory god, so I don't think we'll meet again." Chu Luiyue suddenly smiled. "All right. Patriarch Nan, just wait." Nan Jinshu suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The rest of his words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. After a while, he snorted. "Master Yu, you don't have a bloodline totem. You don't know how difficult it will be to enter the palace of the illusory god. However, it seems that you're very confident in yourself." Chu Luiyue raised his eyebrows. "What, Patriarch Nan, are you worried that I won't be able to enter the palace of the illusory god?" "I'm not worried. I'm just stating the facts." Nan Jinshu smiled coldly. He knew how difficult it was to enter the palace of the illusory god. Even if Shang Guanyu was extremely talented, without a bloodline totem, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chu Luiyue didn't seem to care. It's great that Patriarch Nan can enter the palace of the illusory god. The palace of the illusory god has been quite dangerous recently. Who knows when someone will take care of it? Staying in the palace of the illusory god is the safest. I don't have to worry about your safety. Nan Jinshu's face turned green with anger. However, he still felt some fear towards Chu Luyue. He could only fling his sleeves and leave. Chu Luyue glanced at the remaining people. They were all gods of the Nan family. Seeing the figures of those people gradually disappear into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. There weren't many gods left in the Nan family. Did they bring the rest here? Didn't that mean the Nan family was just an empty shell? Or, did they decide to put all their energy into the palace of the illusory god? It was obvious that the Nan family had an unusual relationship with the palace of the illusory god. At that moment, a few more people arrived outside the gate of heaven. Jin Yunlai turned around and looked at them. Did you guys come together after discussing? He asked indifferently. Although his tone was as cold as usual, there was a hint of familiarity in his tone. It's just a coincidence. A voice with a hint of laughter sounded. It was lazy, evil, and indifferent. Hearing this voice, Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. She immediately turned around and narrowed her eyes. Standing outside the gate of heaven was a man at the front. It was Jun Juqing, who she hadn't seen in a long time. The moment she looked over, Jun Juqing also looked over. Then, he raised his eyebrows and his thin lips curled into a smile. Long time no see. How have you been? Digression, the Empress, kill the Empress. This is a line from Zhenhuan Zhuan. It doesn't mean you, is the Empress. Chapter 2248. Jin Yunlai glanced back. You know each other? Jun Juqing's smile deepened. Of course. Chu Liyue's gaze swept between the two. It could be seen that the relationship between Jun Juqing and Jin Yunlai was very subtle. Did you hear what I said to Nan Jinshu just now? Jin Yunlai said simply. Once you've settled everything, you can come to the illusory god palace yourself. Jun Juqing responded. Thank you, seventh divine emissary. Jin Yunlai nodded and turned to leave. When he passed by Chu Luyue, his footsteps paused, as if he wanted to say something. Chu Luyue looked up at him. Jin Yunlai looked at her clear and bright eyes, but suddenly swallowed the rest of his words. What did he want to ask? What could he ask? Did the emperor's action to punish and warn Xu Jing have something to do with her? But she had only been in the illusory god palace for less than a month. She probably hadn't even heard of the emperor's name, so how could she know all this? Jin Yunlai looked down and glanced at the letter on Chu Liyue's waist. The handwriting on it was still as clear as when he gave it to her on the first day. It was as if she hadn't lost anything during her time here. Jin Yunlai was surprised at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that this should be expected. Chu Luyue first walked a segment of the star path, then went to the depths of the lightning pool, then was selected by the treasure pavilion to copy Xian formations. No matter which one of these things was picked out, they were all extremely outstanding. Not to mention, she had just broken through from a senior doctor to a senior doctor and successfully refined the foundation stabilizing pill on her first try. It was normal for her to be able to maintain the handwriting on the letter all this time. Other than the fact that she didn't have a bloodline totem, her performance in other aspects was impeccable. Seeing that he didn't speak, Chu Luyue inquired. The seventh divine envoy? What was he trying to say? He stared at her for so long without saying anything. Jin Yunlai regained her senses and stared at her. Nothing. With that, he lifted his foot and left. Chu Luyue watched him leave and blinked. The seventh oracle's attitude towards her seemed to be better than before. Although the change was subtle, she had always been sharp. Jin Yunlai looked at her for a long time with a complicated look in her eyes. However, she no longer looked at her with contempt and disdain like when she first found out that she didn't have a bloodline totem. Could it be because of the recent events? Chu Luyue rejected the idea as soon as it surfaced. If it was someone else from the illusory god palace, perhaps their opinion of her might have changed due to her recent performance. However, Jin Yunlai, the seventh divine envoy, was not included among these people. With his status, what kind of genius expert had he not seen before? In fact, he himself was one in a million. There were only a few people who could complete the Star Road in one go in 10,000 years. And he was the one who took the shortest time. Just this point alone was enough for him to look down on all the heroes. Would he be interested in her little tricks? You want to enter the illusory god palace? An evil and lazy voice came from behind her. Chu Luiyue turned around and saw that Jun Zhiqing had come up behind her. Her red lips curled into a smile. Who doesn't want to come here? However, unlike the family Yi, ordinary people are qualified to enter the illusory god palace as soon as they arrive. Jun Zhiqing lowered his head slightly and leaned closer. He looked into her eyes and smiled. Then I'll take you in. Chu Luiyue's brows furrowed quickly and then relaxed. The family Yi really knows how to joke. He could enter the illusory god palace. From a certain point of view, he was indeed powerful. But it would be a joke if he said that he could take others in. She raised her chin and her eyes fell on the people who came in behind him. If the family Yi is so capable, why don't you take them in? Jin Yanlai had made it clear that he was only allowed to go in by himself. The treatment was exactly the same as Nan Jinshu of the Nan family. Jun Zhiqing raised his eyebrows slightly. How can they compare to you? Soon after, he smiled and said, besides, if it's something you want to do, I won't joke around with you. If she really wanted to enter the illusory god palace, then he would take her in. Chu Luiyue's eyes flashed and her red lips curled into a perfect arc. She asked softly. The family Yi, who are you looking down on? She wanted to go in, but she didn't need to ask him for help. She didn't need to rely on anyone. One day, she would be able to step into the illusory god palace openly. Jun Zhiqing looked at her, raised his hands, and sighed softly. His voice was lazy and low with a hint of hoarseness. You've wronged me. I'll give you whatever you want. Can't I do that? Chu Luiyue tilted her head. If I want something, I'll take it myself. If I can't, I still have my husband. The family Yi, you're an outsider. You don't have to worry so much, right? Hearing the words, my husband, the smile on Jun Zhiqing's face instantly froze. A layer of coldness gradually surged from the bottom of his eyes. He looked at her quietly, but there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. You shouldn't have chosen him. Chu Luiyue's expression also turned cold, but she soon found it funny. This is my business. What does it have to do with you? The family Yi shouldn't waste your time on me. I won't appreciate it anyway. I might even backstab you. Let's say goodbye while I'm still in a good mood. If we continue to talk, blood will splatter on the spot and dirty the Elysium and the star path. That's not good. With that, she turned to leave. Jun Zhiqing looked at her back. He slowly clenched his hands behind his back. You'll know eventually that he's a lunatic. Chu Luiyue stopped in her tracks. She didn't turn around. She just tilted her head and said calmly, but firmly and stubbornly, even if he is, so what? Jun Zhiqing felt a lump in his throat. Since I've decided to be with him, I naturally believe in him and protect him. I've given all my heart and mind to him. As for the family Yi, there are so many women in the world. You can have whatever you want. Why are you always obsessed with me? That's all I have to say. The family Yi is on your own. With that, Chu Luiyue lifted her feet and left. A breeze blew, rolling up her black hair and skirt. Clear and bright, but so far away. The last trace of a smile on Jun Zhiqing's face gradually faded. The figure quickly disappeared from his sight. After a long while, the people behind him exchanged glances. Finally, they whispered, family head, we should go. Jun Zhiqing looked away. You all know where to go. They immediately bowed and replied, yes. Jun Zhiqing took a deep breath and headed for the palace of the illusory god. Chapter 2249. Chu Luiyue thought as she walked. The scene just now kept replaying in her mind, leaving her puzzled. There were so many people in the Divine Ruins world, but why were only Nan Jinshu and Jun Zhuqing able to enter the palace of the illusory god? In terms of talent, strength, and experience, there were others who were stronger than them. But Jin Yunlai only chose the two of them. Suddenly, she thought of something. Rong Xiu once said that the status of the Nan family and Family E was higher than those first-rate families in the Divine Ruins world. This was because the ancestors of these two families had once followed the same person. And that person was related to the Battle of the Gods in the God-slaying tomb 10,000 years ago. In the past, she didn't pay much attention to this matter, but now that she thought about it, that person's identity seemed to be very important. Could it be related to the illusory god palace? Otherwise, it really couldn't explain Jin Yunlai's attitude towards them. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came. Chu Luiyue subconsciously looked up and suddenly saw a lustrous light flying out of the palace of the illusory god, rushing in a certain direction. Her pupils shrank, and her heart started to beat quickly. Because that lustrous light was exactly the same as the light on the armillary shield. Almost in an instant, she immediately guessed something. This light must have come from the black jade square in the palace of the illusory god. Her eyes stared at the light that was speeding away. Her figure moved and she did not hesitate to follow. At the same time, this movement attracted the attention of many people in the illusory god palace. Many people flew up and looked in the direction where the light was heading. Another divine artifact is about to appear? I wonder who succeeded this time. Who else can it be? The number of top blacksmiths in the illusory god palace can be counted with one's fingers. Looking in that direction, it's most likely Kong Qinglin, right? He has been a blacksmith venerable for many years, and now it's his turn to take another step. You can't say that. The illusory god palace is still the illusory god palace, but the palace of the illusory god is no longer the illusory god palace of the past. All sorts of discussions entered Chu Luiyue's ears, causing her to frown. What do they mean by that? In the past, it was very easy to refine saint artifacts, but now, it was very difficult. The illusory god palace they were talking about was actually the Black Jade Plaza. This was because it was what determined whether or not one could successfully refine a saint artifact. Or perhaps, this change was related to the armillary heaven shield. She suppressed the guesses in her heart and followed the direction where the light fell. Finally, she arrived in front of a courtyard. In the courtyard, there were piles of all kinds of refining items everywhere. It looked messy. However, when Chu Luiyue took a closer look, he realized that there were several venerable artifacts hidden inside. The venerable artifact, which was extremely precious in the eyes of others, was like trash in this place. It was casually thrown away and piled up with all kinds of other things. She glanced around and saw a few more king artifacts. She held her breath. Just the items placed in the courtyard alone would cause countless people to fight over them if they were placed outside. However, the middle-aged man standing in the middle of the courtyard didn't seem to care about it. At this moment, he was looking at a bell in his hand with a fervent and excited expression. The bell was only the size of a palm and was made of bronze. It was suffused with a faint blue color. There were strange patterns engraved on it, and one could vaguely feel the powerful pressure it emitted. Ha ha ha. It's finally done. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. Only the heavens knew how much he had sacrificed for this day. People came from all directions, but they all stopped outside the courtyard and didn't get any closer. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Kong has successfully refined a saint artifact. In the future, you will be a true refining saint. That's right. I've long said that Brother Kong's talent is outstanding and he's hardworking. He will definitely succeed. Now, it's really as expected. Brother Kong, we will have to rely on you in the future. No matter what everyone thought, they had to be polite on the surface. Refining saints had extremely high positions in the illusory god palace. From now on, Kong Qinglin could be considered to have truly soared. Kong Qinglin laughed. Thank you, everyone. Chu Liuyue's gaze paused on the bell in his hand for a moment. That aura was indeed very familiar. Why are you here? A voice came from the side. Chu Liyue turned her head and was a little surprised. Taizu? You're here too? Shengguan Jing laughed. I came over after sensing that someone was trying to refine a saint artifact here. It's been a while. But did you just come back from the treasure pavilion? Chu Liyue immediately understood. Taizu had been studying how to refine a venerable divine artifact. It was normal for him to rush over when he heard the commotion here. She nodded and didn't mention that she had met the Nan family and Family E at the Heavenly Gate. I originally planned to go back directly, but I saw something strange on the way here, so I followed. She paused and asked. Taizu, did you see something here? Shengguan Jing nodded and then shook his head. If you want to say it, I've figured out something. But as for the specifics, I'm afraid it's very difficult to implement. You mean, did you see that streak of light just now? Chu Liyue nodded. That light came from the palace of the illusory god. Previously, I said that I always felt that something was missing when refining artifacts. Now, I finally understand. It's missing that streak of light. Taizu's eyes flashed and he lowered his voice. This light is very similar to the aura contained in your shield. It was more than similar. It was the same. Chu Liyue lowered her eyes and fell into deep thought. However, even if you know this, it's useless. Look at the few beside him. They're also refining venerables. Don't they want to break through? But the key is that this matter isn't that simple. Shengguan Jing sighed. Although I saw how he refined this saint artifact, if it were me, I might not be able to succeed. Even now, he still couldn't figure out how that lustrous light had been summoned. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Brother Kong, when you go to the palace of the illusory god in the future, don't forget about us. Kong Qinglin laughed heartily. Of course. Chu Liyue was stunned. Then, she looked at a person not far away and asked, May I ask, after breaking through to the refining saint realm, one can enter the palace of the illusory god? That person was a little impatient, but when he turned around and saw that it was Chu Liyue, he revealed a look of surprise. Shengguan Yu? Chu Liyue nodded. That person's attitude immediately became much better and said, Well, you just came here not long ago, so it's normal that you don't know. In the illusory god palace, all refining saints are qualified to enter the palace of the illusory god. Chapter 2250. I see. Chu Liyue was deep in thought. Thank you. That person quickly waved his hand. You're welcome. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. Chu Liyue raised her eyebrows. Shengguan Jing also glanced over in surprise. Strange. Why was this person so nice to them? Because they didn't have a bloodline totem, they were looked down upon in the illusion god palace. Speaking of which, I should thank Miss Shengguan instead. That person gave a thumbs up and said with admiration. If it weren't for you, we would still be worried about the herbs. So it was because of this. Chu Liyue suddenly remembered what Ji said before. After the herb mountain was completely opened, many people in the illusion god palace were very grateful to her. She didn't take it to heart at that time, but now, it seemed to be true. Kong Qinglin put away the bell, and with a tap of his foot, he headed in the direction of the illusory shrine. Countless pairs of eyes watched him leave. Envy, admiration, jealousy, emotion, in short, everyone had different thoughts. Chu Liyue suddenly thought of something and looked at Shengguan Jing. Taizu, let's go back first. I have something to discuss with you. What? You want to leave the illusion god palace? Shengguan Jing had just sat down when he heard Chu Liyue's words and was shocked. Now? Yes. I want to go back to the Peach Blossom Cove, Chu Liyue said calmly. Why is that? Shengguan Jing couldn't figure it out. He subconsciously looked at the letter on Chu Liuyue's waist. The handwriting on it was as clear as before. In the short term, there was no need to worry about being kicked out of the Illusion God Palace. But now, she actually said that she wanted to leave? Chu Liyue smiled and explained, I will come back. It's not that I won't return forever. My purpose this time is to invite Senior Tang Ku or Mr. Su to come. Shangguan Jing was stunned for a moment and suddenly understood something. Is it because of the artifact refining saint? Chu Liyue nodded. If a weapon refining saint could enter the illusory god palace, then Tang Ku or Su Li would definitely be able to come. In fact, with her current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to complete the star path and enter the illusory god palace. But that would take a long time. After all, there were too many Xian formations on the star road. Even though she had basically seen all of them, it was still extremely exhausting to decipher them one by one. If they could invite Tang Ku or Su Li over, then they could directly enter the illusory god palace. Ever since Dugu Mabao had cut off his connection with the purple scales, she had not been able to find out anything related to him. She was worried that if time dragged on, their situation would become even worse. If someone could enter the illusory god palace ahead of time, they might be able to find some clues. This was a matter of great importance, and this person had to be someone she could trust. In that case, it could only be these two. Shangguan Jing knew that she was here to save someone, and it was very likely that the person was in the illusory god palace. It was no wonder that she would think that way. If everything goes well, that would be for the best. But I don't know if the illusory god palace allows people to enter and leave like this. Shangguan Jing was most worried about this. What if Chu Liyue was not allowed to enter again after leaving? Chu Liyue was not worried about this. The opening of the illusory god palace's heavenly gate was to summon those top cultivators. No matter if it's Senior Tang Ku or Mr. Su, they are definitely qualified. The illusory god palace will definitely not reject them. As for me, you forgot that I'm still helping Precious Treasure Pavilion copy the Xian formations. Shangguan Jing's eyes lit up. That's right. Look at me, I almost forgot about this. Precious Treasure Pavilion would definitely not let her leave before she finished copying the mysterious diagram of fire. If the seventh divine envoy did not allow her to come again, Precious Treasure Pavilion would definitely step in. Precious Treasure Pavilion will definitely protect you, but what kind of background do they have that even the divine envoys don't dare to offend them? Shangguan Jing murmured. Chu Liyue paused for a moment. No matter who it is, it's definitely a backer. This matter, it's settled. I'll leave little Hachi and the others to you when I'm not here. Shangguan Jing laughed. Your subordinates are all very outstanding. They don't need me to watch over them. Not to mention Sun Yi and Shijing, even Chang Wanzhou had broken through to God Realm. As for Hua Shuangshuang and little Hachi, although they were not the top cultivators in terms of cultivation, they were not bad either. In short, there was really nothing to worry about these people. When Chu Liyue heard this, she pursed her lips and smiled. You're an elder. With you around, you can restrain them a little. Shangguan Jing stroked his beard emotionally. Hey, girl, how did you choose the people of the 13th U back then? Any one of them could fight very well, and none of them lost. Even that 13th U, although he's still young, is extremely talented. I remember that at that time, Dean Nan took a fancy to his talent and took the initiative to invite him to Lingxiao College to cultivate. This was not something that could be described with the word genius. In short, these people of the 13th U were all extremely outstanding. It was already very difficult for ordinary people to meet a few capable subordinates. But she had more than a dozen of them. And they were especially loyal to her and had been following her for so many years. Even Shangguan Jing was amazed every time he thought of this. Chu Liyue narrowed her eyes slightly. Actually, it's not that complicated. When I chose them back then, I didn't expect this day to come. She did not choose the 13th U all at once. Instead, she chose them one after another over nearly 10 years. And at that time, she did not think too much about it. For example, when she met 13th Yu, he was still very young and could not do anything at all. But she just felt that this child was quite fateful, so she brought him back. Now that she thought about it, there were more coincidences and luck to be able to have this day. By the way, did Rongxiu return to the Yuntian Tower previously? Yes. Then when you go back this time, go and ask him if he wants to come with us. With his talent, it shouldn't be a problem for him to ascend to the heavens and become a god. Shengguan Jing instructed. After all, Rongxiu came from the Yuntian Tower, so he was not worried about the bloodline totem. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. I was planning to do that too. After making the decision, Chu Luiyue did not hesitate. After explaining to Cin Yi and the others, she left. Cin Yi originally wanted to accompany her, but he was rejected by Chu Luiyue. This kind of thing was a little risky to begin with. It would be troublesome to bring more people along. Thus, she headed towards the heavenly gate. When she arrived at the heavenly gate, there was no one there. Her footsteps did not stop as she walked out directly. However, before she could take a step, a barrier quickly appeared and blocked her path. At the same time, a cold voice was heard. Where are you going? Chapter 22:51. Chu Luiyue turned around. The air shook, and a tall figure gradually appeared. It was Jin Yunlai. His speed was really fast. Chu Luiyue thought, but his face revealed a faint smile. As you can see, I'm going out. Jin Yunlai's eyes were filled with suspicion. You're leaving the Illusion God Palace now? By yourself? Chu Luiyue knew that he had misunderstood and explained. No, I'm not. I'm only going back to the Peach Blossom Cove to pick up someone. I'll be back soon. Jin Yunlai was stunned at first, then he realized what Chu Luiyue was saying. His face turned green for a moment. What did you say? Chu Luiyue's smile remained unchanged. Don't worry, the person I invited this time is a refining saint. He has the qualifications to enter the Illusion God Palace. Not only the Illusion God Palace, but the Illusion God Palace as well. But Jin Yunlai was even angrier when he heard this. Was that the main point? Wasn't the main point that she was too casual? Jin Yunlai's voice was stern. What do you think the Illusion God Palace is? You dare to leave without saying goodbye, and even threaten to bring someone back? Shengguanyu, do you think this is your home? He had always been cold and arrogant, but he wasn't someone who was easily angered. This time, he was really angered by Chu Luiyue. His face was ashen, and his eyes were burning with rage. At the same time, the pressure on his body rose rapidly. If Chu Luiyue didn't give him a satisfactory answer, he would immediately take action. Chu Luiyue's expression was magnanimous and sincere. Of course I know what kind of place the Illusion God Palace is. That's why I came here. Seventh Divine Emissary, was I not clear enough? The person I invited this time is a refining saint. Is such a person not qualified to come? Didn't you say that the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate was open to attract the world's top cultivators? Jin Yunlai was about to die from anger. This woman was very eloquent and knew how to avoid the important points and dwell on the trivial. A weapon refining saint naturally has the right to come here, but Shengguanyu, is it your place to worry about this? You, of course. Chu Luiyue interrupted him with a smile and said softly, don't worry. I'm their savior. To be precise, she had only saved Su Li. However, Su Li was Tang Ke's life. To a certain extent, she did save the two of them. Jin Yunlai choked. To be honest, the reason they didn't come to the Illusory God Palace this time was to help me guard the Peach Blossom Dock. If I don't go back personally to invite them, I'm afraid they won't come. Seventh Divine Envoy, are you still going to stop me? Chu Luiyue said slowly. His tone was relaxed and gentle, and there was even a smile on his face. However, every word was like a thorn, making Jin Yunlai extremely uncomfortable. Chu Luiyue suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Ah, seventh divine envoy, don't tell me you won't allow me to come back after this trip? Jin Yunlai clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart with great difficulty. There won't be a next time. This meant that he agreed. Chu Luiyue suddenly laughed. I knew seventh divine envoy wouldn't be so old-fashioned. Then, the next time I come back, I'll have to trouble seventh divine envoy to open the door for me. Jin Yunlai waved his sleeves and turned to leave. If it wasn't for Zhenbao Pavilion behind her, he definitely wouldn't have let her go so easily. For so many years, this kind of thing had never happened in the illusory god palace. This woman was really arrogant to the extreme, but she always knew the limit, making it difficult for others to vent their anger. After dealing with Jin Yunlai, Chu Luiyue looked at the barrier again. Buzz, the barrier instantly dissipated. She moved her body and stepped out of the heavenly gate. When she came to the silver bridge again, everything around her was the same as when she came. The blue-black sea below was surging with waves. It was mysterious and powerful. She walked down the silver bridge. At this time, there was no one on the bridge except for her. On the other side of the sea, she could vaguely see several figures on the shore. After the heaven gate opened, the cultivators in the divine ruins world were still coming over. However, only a few succeeded. Even more people were trapped on the other side of the shore, or had silently sunk into the sea. After Chu Luiyue appeared on the bridge, he immediately attracted the attention of those people. The crowd was in an uproar. Someone came out of the heaven gate. That seems to be a woman. This figure, why does it seem so familiar? What nonsense are you talking about? Nothing. It's true. Look. That seems to be Peach Blossom Doc's Lord Yu. A voice sounded and immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone's eyes fell on Chu Luiyue. After looking carefully for a while, they gradually quieted down and looked at each other speechlessly. It seems, it's really her. Chu Luiyue was too famous in the divine ruins world, and many people had seen her before. Therefore, he was quickly recognized by others. Previously, there was a rumor that Yu Zhu did come here. It should be her. But why is she out now? I heard that the illusory god palace has strict rules and will regularly eliminate some people. Could it be that is there a mistake? That's the Shangguan Yu who took down Peach Blossom Cove in one fell swoop. If even she doesn't qualify, then what are we still doing here? Everyone, although these words were unpleasant, they didn't seem to be unreasonable. Chu Luiyue glanced around and didn't see any familiar faces among those people, so she quickly retracted her gaze. Suddenly, a slight fluctuation came from below. She stopped in her tracks and looked down. The silver bridge was suspended in mid-air, extending all the way from the surface of the sea to the divine gate. Below was a boundless sea with surging waves. A wisp of faintly discernible familiar aura floated over. Immediately after, there seemed to be a sorrowful and painful groan that drilled into her ears intermittently. That sound seemed to come from the depths of the sea, and it sounded extremely distant and ethereal. However, in the blink of an eye, all the fluctuations quickly calmed down, and that sound also disappeared. It was as if nothing had happened. Chu Luiyue's heart beat violently a few times, her limbs were cold, and her palms were constantly sweating. Her temples were throbbing, and a string in her brain instantly tightened. That voice was Diwu Zhangze's. She definitely didn't hear wrongly. Chu Luiyue held her breath and stared intently, trying to find some clues. However, there was nothing. It was as if the aura and sound from before were just her hallucinations. But she knew, it definitely wasn't. Diwu Zhangze might be trapped in the depths of this sea. Chu Luiyue stood still and waited for a long time. The sea breeze blew, and the waves surged. But other than that, there was no other movement. She pursed her lips and continued to walk down. Chapter 2252. She quickly arrived at the bottom of the silver bridge. Standing here, she could see the silver bridge submerged in the deep blue sea, with silver light flickering faintly. However, he couldn't see anything deeper. She looked around. The waves surged and changed unpredictably. Everything was the same as when she came. If not for the commotion just now, she would never have thought that Diwu Zhangze was most likely imprisoned here. Countless questions surged in her mind, leaving her puzzled. She had always thought that Dugu Mabao and the other two were imprisoned together. But now, it seemed that was not the case. Even if they wanted to separate the three of them, there was no need for them to be separated by such a long distance, right? In addition, she had already seen how dangerous this sea was. If a high god powerhouse fell in, there would be nothing left of them in a few breaths. What kind of pressure and torture was Diwu Zhangze enduring down there? The voice she heard clearly sounded like it was in extreme pain. For someone like Diwu Zhangze, if he had not endured to the extreme and could not take it, he would not have done so. Chu Liuyue's heart trembled, and she felt a chill wrap around her body. After a long while, she took a deep breath and suppressed all her thoughts. No matter what, knowing that Diwu Zhangze was trapped under this sea was still very useful information. For now, she could not act rashly. She could only wait and see. Then, she tapped her feet and headed toward the shore on the other side of the sea. The sea that was difficult for many people to cross did not pose any threat to her. Chu Liuyue's movements were light, and she reached the shore without expending too much energy. Many people were secretly amazed. Some people stepped forward, wanting to ask a few questions. Yu Zhu, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't stay any longer. Chu Liyue said and left in a hurry. Her speed was extremely fast, and she soon disappeared into the dark night. Everyone looked at each other. What was so urgent that she chose to leave the illusory god palace? So many people tried their best to enter but could not, but she came and went so easily. Everyone had different reactions, but there was nothing they could do. They could only continue to think hard about how to cross this sea. The time it took Chu Liyue to return was much shorter than when he came. On one hand, she already knew the route, and it would be more efficient to travel alone. On the other hand, it was also because her strength had improved. She ran as fast as she could towards the Peach Blossom Cove. Master, Madam has already left the Gate of Heaven. We should be able to return to Peach Blossom Dock soon. Umo walked into the main hall and bowed respectfully, only to see that Rong Xiu had already changed into a snow-white robe. He was stunned. Master, are you going back? Rong Xiu nodded. Umo hesitated. But Jun Zhuqing is already here. Do you really want to leave now? What if Jun Zhuqing took this opportunity to do something? Rong Xiu folded his sleeves and said indifferently, he wouldn't be so stupid as to behave so atrociously in the illusory god palace. Besides, his sword-like eyebrows rose slightly, and his peerlessly noble face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of illusory mist. I haven't accompanied you for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, the black flame in his left eye was finally extinguished. At the same time, the golden light in his right eye also disappeared. His pair of quiet and deep phoenix eyes returned to their original clean and clear appearance. Although Tsun Yi is there won't be much trouble. But you still have to stay here and watch over her. After all, you are her people. If anyone dares to do it again, just deal with them. There's no need to report it to me. Umo immediately replied. Yes. But immediately, he thought of something and asked hesitantly, what's the matter? But, if it's the divine envoy, Rong Xiu's eyes were calm. It doesn't matter who is the divine envoy. Umo's heart skipped a beat. I understand. Chu Liyue quickly returned to Peach Blossom Dock. Before he reached the entrance of the Manor, Sanson, who had received the news, hurried out to welcome him. Master. You are finally back. Sanson was so excited that the flesh on his face trembled slightly, and his small eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he was stunned and looked behind Chu Liyue. Master, where are Big Brother and the others? Chu Liyue said concisely. They are still in the Illusion God Palace. I am the only one who came back this time. She said as she walked in. Where are Senior Tang Ku and Mr. Su now? Sanson hurriedly said, they are both at Qingshui Cliff. Chu Luiyue stopped in his tracks. Why are they there? Because the two of them are refining. Sanson suddenly became spirited. You don't know, but during the time you were away, the two seniors refined many more venerable divine artifacts. There are also many weapon refiners who have been learning from them. The two seniors said that since they have nothing to do, they might as well find some fun. Chu Luiyue, the mindset of weapon refiner saints is indeed different. Go and ask them to come back. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them. Forget it, I will go over personally. Sanson was at a loss. What is it? Why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, a gentle and pleasant voice sounded. Little you, are you looking for me? Chu Luiyue turned around and saw Su Li walking over from not far away. Tang Ku was holding several divine artifacts and following beside her. It seemed that the two of them had just returned from refining. Chu Luiyue went forward to welcome them. Mr. Su, Senior Tang Ku. She looked at Su Li. Mr. Su, I came back this time to ask you to come with me to the Illusion God Palace and help me with something. Help? Illusion God Palace? Tang Ku and Su Li spoke at the same time, with some astonishment on their faces. Chu Luiyue looked at him with some astonishment. Senior Tang Ku, is there a problem? Chapter 2253. Tang Ku coughed. No, nothing. It's just that it's a little sudden. Master you, didn't you bring them to the Illusory God Palace? Why did you suddenly come back? Chu Luiyue said. It's a long story. Let's go in and talk. So you want me to go to the Illusory God Palace first to investigate? After listening to Chu Luiyue's explanation, Su Li finally understood. Chu Luiyue gently nodded. I know this trip is dangerous. I didn't want to trouble you, but, Su Li pursed her lips and smiled. Little you, my life was saved by you. What's this small favor? Besides, I owe those people a debt of gratitude. If I can help a little, it's also good. She knew that Chu Luiyue had only succeeded in strengthening her physical body because of those few people's pointers back then. Now that they were in trouble, she couldn't sit idly by. Actually, I wanted to go to the Illusory God Palace to take a look. Now it's just right. She wasn't lying. Who didn't want to go to the Illusory God Palace? It was just that she wanted to stay with Chu Luiyue to guard the Peach Blossom Cove, so she didn't do anything. Now that Chu Luiyue personally came back to invite her, there was no reason for her not to go. Chu Luiyue sighed in relief and her red lips curled into a grateful smile. Thank you, Master Su. The Illusory God Palace is mysterious and unfathomable. It's very likely to hide all kinds of secrets and dangers. Su Li's willingness to help made her feel more at ease. That's right. Little you, is it okay for you to come back? Su Li pointed. The Illusory God Palace should have strict rules, right? Even if she hadn't been there before, from what she saw, that kind of place shouldn't be casually entered and left. Chu Luiyue laughed. That's right. Originally, ordinary people couldn't casually enter and leave. But I told the seventh divine emissary that I came back this time to invite the weapon refining saint, so he agreed. At the same time, he also drove them away in anger. But that didn't matter. No matter how angry Jin Yunlai was, she would not find trouble with her over such a trivial matter. Refining saints were extremely respected figures in the Illusory God Palace. Su Li was relieved. That's good. Chu Luiyue turned his gaze and saw Tang Ku sitting in the chair beside him. She seemed to be in a daze. Senior Tang Ku, Senior Tang Ku. Chu Luiyue shouted twice to wake Tang Ku up. What happened? What do you think of the decision Mr. Su and I made? Chu Luiyue asked. Tang Ku valued Su Li so much, of course, it was better to ask for his opinion. However, Tang Ku's reaction was a little strange. Ever since he came in, he seemed to be a little unsettled. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be like this when it came to Su Li and the illusory god palace. What was he thinking just now? Tang Ke came back to her senses and looked at her, then at Su Li. I'm going too. However, I might be a little late. Tang Ke's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest as he spoke hesitantly. Chu Luiyue was dazed and surprised by this answer. She originally thought that Tang Ke would definitely go with them. Su Li also turned to look at him. Tang Ke, are you very busy? Tang Ke's eyes twitched. He also wanted to go with them. However, I'm not very busy. It's just that the Holy Sun left behind some things that need to be dealt with. Although it's not a big matter, it might take some time. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. She originally wanted to wait, but if it took a long time, since it's like this, let's go first. Su Li thoughtfully looked at Tang Ke, then turned to Chu Luiyue. After all, those people's matters can't be delayed. If we can go earlier, we should go earlier. What do you say? Chu Luiyue pondered for a moment before responding. Then, it's decided. After settling this matter, the stone in Chu Luiyue's heart was finally put down. When Sansan saw this, she came over and asked eagerly, "What's the matter? Master, do you still want to take some medicinal ingredients this time?" Chu Luiyue smiled and waved his hand. No need. Sansan rubbed his hands. Then, little Hachi also doesn't want it? Little Hachi's medicinal ingredients had always been consumed very quickly. Previously, when they were in Peach Blossom Cove, she would come to rob him almost every few days. It wasn't that he was generous, but purely because he was used to being oppressed. Thinking that they had been in the illusory god palace for so long, Sansan guessed that little Hachi's stock should be almost used up. Chu Luiyue smiled. No need. The illusory god palace's herb mountain can now be freely entered and exited. Little Hachi will no longer be stopped. She can take whatever she wants. It's more convenient than here. She was very clear that every medicinal ingredient little Hachi took from Sansan was silently recorded by Sansan. Although little Hachi never paid, Sansan's small eyes widened. Herb mountain. Stopped. Master, what's going on? Is there someone bullying little Hachi? This won't do. No matter what, little Hachi had been spoiled by them for so many years. How could she be bullied? Chu Luiyue took a sip of tea. Don't worry. Do you think she's someone who will be bullied? Even the 8th Oracle was bullied by her. Didn't she get back at him later? Even now, Chu Luiyue still remembered how Xu Jing's face turned ashen when he was angered by little Hachi's words. Sansan heaved a sigh of relief. That's right. What's more, there's still Big Brother and the others. But, what's the herb mountain that Master mentioned just now? Since the matter had been resolved, Chu Luiyue directly told Sansan everything that happened before. In short, after a fight with Liang He, I broke through to become a supreme doctor and refined the vitality stabilizing pill. Chapter 2254. The voices continued to come from the room. What? That brat dares to have designs on our little Hachi? Sansan snorted with laughter. Who doesn't know that our little Hachi has always been surrounded by flowers and leaves? What is he thinking? Yan Qing's eyebrows twitched. Chu Luiyue's tone was light. Little Hachi is beautiful and is the center of attention wherever she goes. There are many people who like her, so there's nothing strange about it. Master, what did little Hachi say? What else can she say? That Liang He is alright in other aspects, but his appearance is a little average. Little Hachi doesn't like him. TSK. She has such high standards. I reckon that few people can catch her eye. Sigh, Master, that Liang He didn't do anything overboard, right? There are too many perverts these days. What if he can't get what he likes and does something to little Hachi? Yan Qing lowered her eyes as a cold glint flashed across her eyes. With Tsun Yi and the others around, How could they let little Hachi be bullied? Little Hachi, on the other hand, made him run away in anger with just a few words. Sansan, ah? What did she say? Chu Liuyue's voice carried a hint of laughter. She didn't say much. She just said that she already has someone she likes. If Liang He insists, she can consider taking him in as a concubine. Yan Qing looked up slightly, her eyes clear and cold. Pfft, Tang Ku, who was drinking tea to calm herself down, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. Su Li's eyes were bright as she sighed gently. Can it be like this? Little Hachi is indeed different. Before Chu Luyue could say anything, Sansan said affirmatively. What's wrong with that? With little Hachi's personality, she's really capable of doing something like that. 3-3. Chu Luyue dragged out the word. Master, I'm telling the truth. Little Hachi had said this before, and Big Brother was very supportive of it. If you don't believe me, you can ask Big Brother. Chu Luyue said. There's no need for that. She didn't want to discuss this with Cini yet. Yan Qing held her breath and suppressed the waves in her heart. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Tuck tuck. Come in. Chu Luyue said as he looked at the door. Only a few people would come at this time. The door opened, and a handsome and cold face appeared in her line of sight. The corners of her lips curled up. Just as she had expected. Yan Qing, why are you here? Yan Qing made a fist salute. Your Highness, you have guests. Guest? Chu Luyue was stunned. Who is it? Swoosh. The sound of a bone fan opening could be heard. Then, a familiar figure walked out from behind Yan Qing. It was a young man who looked to be in his late 20s. He wore a long indigo robe with a white jade belt around his waist, outlining his tall and slender figure. He was handsome, and his facial features were impeccable. In particular, he had a pair of blue eyes. They were as clear and clean as ice, and they glowed with a faint cold light. There was a careless smile on his lips, and his eyes were flirtatious. Your Highness, long time no see. Jian Fengqi? Chu Luyue was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't seen Jian Fengqi in a long time. However, Jian Fengqi didn't seem to have changed much from before, but the aura around him was much stronger than before. Clearly, he had also broken through to the great god level. Didn't you go to Lingxiao College? Why are you here? Jian Fengqi sighed. Although the college is good, Your Highness isn't here. There's no point in staying here. Chu Luyue laughed. It had been so long, but a certain someone was still as flirtatious as before. It seems that I should be glad that the senior and junior sisters of Lingxiao College didn't suffer from your scourge. Jian Fengqi clicked his tongue. Your Highness, you've wronged me. After I went to the college, I was really focused on cultivation. I didn't even leave the house much. Seeing how serious he was, Chu Liuyue's interest was piqued. Oh. Jian Fengqi smiled slightly proudly. To tell you the truth, Your Highness, I've already broken through to the level of a master doctor. When can we spar again? Sure, Chu Luyue said calmly. I just broke through to the level of a master doctor, and I'm looking for someone to spar with. Jian Fengqi stumbled, and the smile on his face froze. He looked at her in horror. Master doctor. Didn't you say you're a master doctor? He had already done his research before coming here. Chu Luyue nodded. Yes, I was indeed a master doctor before. Didn't I say that I just broke through? Jian Fengqi, there was nothing more shocking than this. God knew how much he had suffered in order to catch up with her. He had read countless medical books in Lingxiao College and tried countless times. There were a few times when he was almost forced to steal herbs from the Medicine Wind Valley, and he was almost caught and beaten by the elders. In the end, this was it. He had worked so hard to break through to the level of a master doctor, and was just about to spar with Chu Luyue, but in the blink of an eye, she became a master doctor. Jian Fengqi felt his heart ache. He clutched his heart and took a few steps back. Just forget what I said just now. No, just forget that I was here at all. As he spoke, he turned to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. Chu Luiyue looked at him with a half-smile. Why did you stop? Jian Fengqi opened his bone fan and covered half of his face, only revealing his blue eyes, which glowed brightly. By the way, Your Highness, is Hongyu with you? Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. Previously, Mu Hongyu had been in the Yuntian Tower. After taking down Peach Blossom Dock, Chu Luiyue thought that she would return, but she didn't. Later, she returned to the Yuntian Tower with Rong Xiu and found out that Mu Hongyu was in seclusion and hadn't come out for a long time. She didn't disturb her. She should still be in the Yuntian Tower. Why, are you looking for her? Jian Fengqi's eyes twitched. Your Highness, have you forgotten something? Her contract is still with me. She ran away all of a sudden. Who wouldn't look for her? Chu Luiyue looked at him with a half-smile. Why are you in such a hurry to look for her? You've never been short of servants anyway. Moreover, Snapper wouldn't be able to do such a thing. After all, Mu Hongyu was a princess. Although she couldn't be compared to Jian Fengqi, who was the young master of Dragon Teeth Mountain, she had been doted on since she was young. Besides, she was lively and carefree. Now that she was focused on cultivation, she wouldn't care about these things. Jian Fengqi's hands trembled slightly. Your Highness, even if you're on her side, isn't this too much? I've been refining medicine with you for so many years. Can't you be biased towards me? Chu Luiyue said, Oh. Then. I'll give you the money, and you'll give me the contract? Jian Fengqi immediately took a step back. No way. Chapter 2255. What's wrong with that? If you really don't want the money, I'll give it to you. Or give you a few times more. Anyway, money was the last thing she needed now. Jian Fengqi tightened his grip on the fan in his hand. I just can't. Chu Luiyue leaned back in his chair leisurely. I told you to relax and let her be, but you didn't want to. I told you to buy Hongyu's contract, but you didn't want to either. Then what do you want to do? Jian Fengqi, you're so hard to please. No wonder Hongyu ran away. She glanced at Jian Fengqi. I heard that you've been looking for Hongyu for a long time. If you have the time and energy, why don't you do something else? Jian Fengqi snorted softly. Your Highness, you know best how I treat her. She has never been wronged by me. Anyway, he had to find her. Chu Luiyue suddenly said, Hongyu. Jian Fengqi was stunned. What? Chu Luiyue pointed behind him. Jian Fengqi turned around. Outside the courtyard, ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Following that, a figure fell out from it and crashed headfirst into a stone pillar nearby. Bang! Ouch, it hurts. Mu Hongyu held her head and gasped. She had been very careful, but she still hit it. Jian Fengqi was stunned. There was only one sentence left in his mind. What does it mean to search high and low only to find it by chance? Isn't this what it means? As soon as he thought of this, he subconsciously walked over. Mu Hongyu fell to the ground and rubbed her forehead. Just as she got up, she suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. Without thinking, she threw a punch. Jian Fengqi reacted quickly and immediately dodged. At the same time, he grabbed her wrist and raised his eyebrows. Yo, we haven't seen each other in so long, and you're giving me a greeting gift? Mu Hongyu was shocked. She quickly turned around and her almond-shaped eyes widened. Jian Fengqi? Why are you here? Looking at her shocked face, Jian Fengqi ground his teeth. This young master is waiting for you here. Looking at his fierce look, Mu Hongyu shrunk her neck guiltily. Jian Fengqi originally wanted to hold her down and teach her a lesson, but when he saw the bump on her forehead, He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Mu Hongyu waited for a long time. She thought that he was going to make a move, but he did nothing. What happened to your injury? Jian Fengqi asked, trying to suppress the fire. Mu Hongyu was at a loss. What injury? Seeing that Jian Fengqi's eyes were burning with anger again, she came back to her senses and pointed to her forehead. Oh, you mean this? I hit that rock just now. Jian Fengqi took a deep breath. If it weren't for his good self-control, he would have pried open her brain to see what was inside. How old are you? How can you get this kind of injury? Mu Hongyu was a little embarrassed. I've been trying to break through recently, and I accidentally lost control. Jian Fengqi was stunned. Chu Luiyue had already walked over. Hongyu. Seeing Chu Luiyue, Mu Hongyu felt as if she had seen her savior. Lu Yu. I finally see you. Chu Luiyue glanced at Jian Fengqi. Jian Fengqi snorted in his heart, but he still let go of her. Mu Hongyu walked up to Chu Luiyue in a few steps. Lu Yu, I have something important to tell you. Chu Luiyue looked at her anxious expression and felt a little strange. What's wrong? Tell me slowly. Mu Hongyu asked nervously. Did something happen to Master? Digression, this is February, when Kavinka is bald, and every word is like a blunt knife being sharpened. Speaking of which, I feel that the comments section is really full of spoilers. Of course, the current speculation is not the ending of February, ha 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 ha. Chapter 2256. The master that Mu Hongyu was referring to was Diwu Zhangzi. Chu Liuyue's heart sank. Why do you ask? Mu Hongyu furrowed her brows. I encountered some problems in my cultivation, so I wanted to go back to the Red Moon Desert to find Master. However, when I got there, I found that it was completely sealed off by a crimson barrier, and I couldn't get close at all. I tried many ways, but I couldn't get in, so I came back to find you. The Red Moon Desert had undergone a huge change, so the people inside were probably in danger. Also, I was able to contact Master before, but it's completely cut off now. This was what Mu Hongyu was most worried about. Diwu Zhangzi treated her very well, and he wouldn't have done that if he hadn't encountered something. Chu Luiyue pursed her lips. It's a long story, but Senior Diwu and the others are indeed no longer in the Red Moon Desert. She raised her hand and pointed at the silver bridge that hung in the distant sky. Now, they're all there. Mu Hongyu had been in seclusion for a long time, so she didn't know much about what was happening outside. After listening to Chu Liuyue's explanation, she finally understood. In other words, Master and the others are now imprisoned in the illusory god palace? Mu Hongyu murmured in shock. Chu Liuyue's eyes flashed with hesitation. Dugu Mabao was now trapped in the illusory god palace, so there was no mistake about it. However, Diwu Zhangzi was most likely suppressed under that strange and dangerous sea. As for Lan Xiao, there was no news at all, so she wasn't sure. But in the end, she didn't say this. Everything was unknown, so it was better to be cautious. Then, Lu Yu, I'll go with you this time. Mu Hongyu grabbed her hand. Coincidentally, I've recently broken through, so I should be qualified to go in, right? Chu Luiyue was a little stunned. You've broken through? Mu Hongyu's aura was still that of an exalted god, not a venerable god. I'm not talking about the cultivation of martial artists. I'm talking about my void body. Speaking of this, Mu Hongyu was very happy. Originally, I went to look for Master because I was stuck there and couldn't break through. But I didn't expect that I would stumble upon the right path and successfully break through. Really? Chu Luiyue did not know much about the physique of the void. After all, in the entire Divine Ruins world, not many cultivators with the physique of the void had appeared in the past 1,000 years. Diwu Zhangzi was an exception. Mu Hongyu nodded. Lu Yu, do you know where I came from this time? Chu Liuyue's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely guessed something. Mirror Lake. Mu Hongyu didn't wait for her to guess. She couldn't wait to say the answer. Her eyes were shining with excitement. Chu Luiyue was shocked. You directly crossed the sky curtain. Yes. Mu Hongyu nodded vigorously. Because I just broke through, and this is also my first time trying, there are still many areas that are not perfect. In the end, I couldn't control it well, so I was injured. However, I should be fine after practicing a few more times. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone present fell into deep shock. The sky curtain fell from the sky to distinguish the inside and outside of the Divine Ruins world. Other than the Gate Realm, cultivators could not pass through any other way. But now, Mu Hongyu actually said that she came directly. This meant that she no longer needed to rely on the Gate Realm to freely enter and exit the Divine Ruins world. Chu Luiyue suddenly remembered that a new Gate Realm had appeared some time ago, and it had attracted countless families and clans in the Divine Ruins world to compete for it. But now, compared to Mu Hongyu, what was there to compete for? It was hard to imagine how powerful Mu Hongyu's control of space had become. Seeing that Chu Luiyue did not speak for a long time, Mu Hongyu spoke again. Luiyue, don't worry. Although I can only go in and out by myself now, after a long time, I will be able to bring others with me when I increase my strength. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and gave Mu Hongyu a thumbs up. Hongyu, you are really amazing. No wonder Diwu Zhangze was so happy to accept Mu Hongyu as his disciple when he heard that she had the body of the void. This kind of constitution. How could the word talent be enough to describe it? Even she, who was now a god and whose strength surpassed many cultivators who were also gods, did not dare to hope that she could ignore the Gate Realm and enter and exit the sky curtain freely. At the side, Jian Fengqi's lips twitched harshly, and the carefree attitude he had when he first came was completely gone. He only felt that he was very miserable now. It was fine that he could not defeat Chu Luiyue. After all, he had not won much in all these years. But the point was, how did Mu Hongyu ascend directly? With this kind of insane strength, who knew how many people would be jealous of her? He recalled that he had pulled her aside and almost criticized her. Jian Fengqi felt a headache coming on. Why were the people around Chu Luiyue all so insane? There were so many insane people, but why was he not one of them? As if sensing his sad gaze, Chu Luiyue turned around. Jian Fengqi, what did you just say? You want to take Hongyu away? She smiled faintly. With the current situation, can you take her away? No wonder Jian Fengqi could not keep up with Mu Hongyu for such a long time. With Mu Hongyu's ability to control space at will, how could Jian Fengqi be her opponent? Swoosh. Jian Fengqi opened his fan and fanned himself. Mu Hongyu asked, "Are you feeling hot?" Jian Fengqi replied, "No, but I want to be alone." He wanted to turn around and leave even more than before. However, this person was right there, and he really could not move. Therefore, he could only stand there and suffer. Chu Luiyue looked at his rare frustrated expression and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. In fact, Jian Fengqi's talent as a celestial physician was definitely better than many people. Otherwise, she would not have agreed to his challenges time and time again when they were in Tianling. Although Jian Fengqi always lost, he did not lose by too much each time. This was very rare. Moreover, at his age, he was able to become a master physician. Even in the Consonance Academy, he was definitely outstanding to be able to do so. Even if he was compared to the geniuses of the first-rate families in the Divine Ruins, he would not lose at all. However, what was more unfortunate was that he was comparing himself to her and Mu Hongyu. Needless to say, Mu Hongyu had the body of the void, and there might not even be 1 in a million people. Those who could successfully cultivate to this level were even rarer. It was no wonder that he was so hurt. However, as long as he was given time, he would continue to improve in the end. Chu Luiyue even secretly felt that Jian Fengqi's talent as a celestial physician was not inferior to Liang He's. Thinking of this, she said, "Jian Fengqi, come with us." Chapter 2257. Jian Fengqi snapped out of his daze. Where to? Illusion God Palace? Chu Luiyue nodded. Yes. Jian Fengqi's expression flickered. He had witnessed the opening of the Illusion God Palace's heavenly gate. It would be a lie if he said he didn't want to go. Besides, Mu Hongyu would obviously go as well. He nodded without any hesitation. Okay. Chu Luiyue sized him up and smiled. There are plenty of herbs on Illusion God Palace's herb mountain, enough for you to use. You can take this opportunity to become a supreme doctor as soon as possible. It won't be too late to compete with me then. Jian Fengqi's chest tightened at the mention of this. He couldn't afford to offend her. Just like that, Chu Luiyue decided to go with them. She looked at Yan Qing. Yan Qing, is your master still at Yuntian Tower? Counting the time, it has been about a month. I wonder if Rongxiu's matters have been settled. Yan Qing paused. Before she could say anything, a strange fluctuation came from afar. Chu Luiyue looked back and saw a man slowly walking toward her from the sky. He was wearing snow-white clothes, a tall figure, and a handsome face. It was Rongxiu. He came from the horizon. He looked like he was taking a stroll, but his speed was extremely fast. The spacious space seemed to shrink under his feet. He covered 100 miles with a single step. In the blink of an eye, he was already above the Yumanor. He was heading toward Chu Luiyue. Before the crowd could even see his movements clearly, he was already right in front of them. What a crowd! Rongxiu's gaze quickly swept across the people in the courtyard. His thin, scarlet lips curved. Looks like I came at the right time. Chu Luiyue stepped forward and sized him up carefully. After making sure that he was fine, she let out a sigh of relief. During this period of time, the entire Divine Ruins world was in constant turmoil. The incomplete and mysterious Black Divine Body had already turned several places upside down, including the Crimson Gold Heavenly Phoenix clan. She couldn't help but worry. While Rongxiu was away, she had been worried that the Yuntian Tower would be a target. Fortunately, looking at calmly Xiu's state, everything seemed to be fine. Are you worried about me? Rongxiu raised his eyebrows. Chu Luiyue shook her head, then nodded. Rongxiu was very strong. Even until now, she had yet to find out his true abilities. Logically, she knew that she did not need to worry about Rongxiu. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they missed each other. What's more, now that the heavenly gates of the illusory God Palace had opened, the entire Divine Ruins world was in an extremely unstable state. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. Rongxiu, your strength seems to have increased a lot. Although Rongxiu didn't deliberately show it, she could still feel it when she stood close to him. Rongxiu laughed. Isn't this normal? As a cultivator, as long as he continued to absorb the energy of heaven and earth and convert it into his own divine power, he would naturally be able to increase his strength. Chu Luiyue still felt that it was a little strange. But, this change didn't seem to be a small one. How long had it been since the last time he left? Rongxiu smiled and let her size him up. After a while, Chu Luiyue could only sigh helplessly. Forget it, there's always someone better. Every time she thought that her strength had improved and that she could compete with Rongxiu, she would find that he had also improved. Even if he didn't seem to spend much time on cultivation, he would always be able to leave her in the dust. The two of them had known each other for many years. She should have been used to it. Is everything okay at the Yuntian Tower? She changed the topic. Rongxiu shook his head. It's fine. Chu Luiyue was relieved and smiled. That's great. Come with us to the Yuntian Palace. Hearing this, Rongxiu's deep phoenix eyes seemed to flash with a dark light. Yan Qing, who was standing next to him, also immediately looked over. Tang Ke put his hands behind his back, coughed, and looked at the sky. After a while, Rongxiu asked. You want me to go with you? Chu Luiyue nodded. Yes. I came back this time to ask Mr. Su for help. On the other hand, I wanted to see how you were doing. Since you're done, then, isn't it just right to go with me? With Rong Xiu's bloodline and talent, ascending to the heavens and becoming a god was almost within reach. Seeing that Rong Xiu didn't immediately agree, Chu Luiyue was a bit confused. You don't want to go? Countless cultivators in the world yearned for the Yuntian Palace. Why did it seem that he didn't care about Rong Xiu? After a while, Rong Xiu said, Okay. I'll go with you. Deep in the thunder pool, forbidden area. Yi Zhao's eyes were closed and his breath was weak. Only the sound of the collisions in the Tianlei reminded him where he was at the moment. Ever since he was trapped here, he couldn't see the sun. Every minute and every second was extremely unbearable. He almost couldn't remember how long he had spent here. Yi Zhao. Mu Dongyu's voice came from the front. Yi Zhao didn't move, as if he didn't hear it. Mu Dongyu didn't mind. He knew that Yi Zhao could hear everything. Even if he was half dead, he was still the clan leader of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. His vitality was extremely tenacious. You still refuse to surrender? Mu Dongyu questioned. Do you know that you're just asking for trouble? If you were half as smart as Yi Gong, you wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Hearing Yi Gong's name, Yi Zhao finally opened his eyes slowly. That pair of eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life and were suffused with the color of blood were filled with undisguised anger at being betrayed. He deserves to die. Yi Zhao spoke with difficulty. His voice was rough and hoarse. If not for him, the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. As for him, he wouldn't be locked up here without any preparation at all. Mu Dongyu looked at him condescendingly. I know that to you, Yi Gong betrayed you, betrayed the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. But have you ever thought that maybe, he's right? 10,000 years have passed. The current palace of the illusory god has changed. Yi Zhao, if you really care about the lives of the hundreds of clansmen of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan, you should lower your head and make the choice you should. Mu Dongyu was actually quite patient. Ever since Yi Zhao was trapped here, he had held similar negotiations several times. What's the point of holding on like this? Yi Zhao sneered. Yi Gong is already one of your people. Why are you so obsessed with me? Mu Dongyu's mouth twitched. He's only opened his 6th meridian. Naturally, he can't be compared to you. Yi Zhao closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Seeing that his attitude was still firm, Mu Dongyu finally changed the topic. I heard that the young master of your clan has the purest bloodline. Yi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 2258. Yi Zhao clenched his fists tightly. Mu Dongyu continued. Pure bloodline. This is the same as the ancestor of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. In time, she will definitely be able to break through the 9th meridian. Yi Zhao, if you can persuade her to surrender, I promise that your Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan's past crimes will be forgiven. Even if it's not for yourself, you have to think about your clansmen, right? How long do you think you can seal them in the Phoenix God Mountain? The bloodline power in your body is almost depleted. After a while, the barrier will collapse on its own without us doing anything. At that time, won't the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan still be in trouble? Mu Dongyu stared at Yi Zhao. After a long time, Yi Zhao finally sneered. His voice was cold and sarcastic. When has the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan ever committed any crimes? You know best in your hearts who is in the wrong. Mu Dongyu's face darkened. He warned in a deep voice. Yi Zhao. However, Yi Zhao didn't seem to hear the anger and warning in his words. Or perhaps, he didn't care at all. The choice made by our ancestor is also the choice made by our entire clan. Mu Dongyu, there are some things that you can do that our Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan will never do. I advise you to save your energy. Don't waste your breath on this useless nonsense. No matter how hard you try, no matter how many times you repeat it, my answer will never change. Any more words will only make me feel that you are more ridiculous. Mu Dongyo's expression was cold as he waved his hand. Whoosh, the black chains wrapped around Yi Zhao began to tremble violently, emitting ice-cold clanging sounds. Yi Zhao's body shuddered. He was trembling slightly due to the intense pain. A stream of faint reddish gold blood slowly flowed out from the wound on his wrist and spread along the chain. The thick smell of blood gradually spread out. The surrounding golden Tianlei seemed to have sensed something and became restless. Mu Dongyu snorted, and they gradually calmed down. Then, a ball of blood the size of a longan gradually condensed in front of Mu Dongyu. Within the ball of blood, there was a wisp of pure gold that flickered with a faint light. Mu Dongyu glanced at it and frowned. Although Yi Zhao was the clan leader and had opened his 7th meridian, he had been trapped here for so long that no matter how much bloodline power he had, there would come a time when he would be exhausted. Compared to the initial situation, the bloodline power in this blood mass was much more diluted. It was not even 1/5 of the original. Yi Zhao let out a soft chuckle. If you really have the ability, just kill me. Stubborn. Gritting her teeth, Mu Dongyu put away the ball of blood and turned to leave. This Yi Zhao was indeed a tough nut to crack. It had been so long, but they still couldn't persuade him. They didn't even show any signs of relenting. As for Yi Gong, although he was obedient, he was a traitor and couldn't be put in an important position. If Yi Gong had opened his 7th meridian, he could be considered. Unfortunately, Mu Dongyu walked forward. Wherever he passed, the surrounding Tianlei quickly made way. After a while, he came to a certain place and suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look. A man was standing not far away, holding a hammer in his hand and knocking on a reef from time to time. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. Mu Dongyu was already in a bad mood. Hearing this sound, she became even more irritated. Who is it? She shouted in a deep voice. Mitsui was originally focused on investigating the situation inside the reef and didn't notice someone approaching. Hearing the sound, he suddenly woke up and looked back. You are. Mitsui's eyes quickly scanned the other party and suddenly understood. The 4th divine envoy? Mu Dongyu frowned. Who are you? What are you doing here? Mitsui cupped his fists. I'm Mitsui. I'm here today to use the power of Tianlei here to temper my divine body. Mu Dongyu stared at him suspiciously. His appearance just now was indeed a little strange. Mitsui looked up and asked tentatively. May I ask, 4th divine envoy, can I not come here? He had already heard from his master that the depths of the lightning pool was a forbidden area and was not to be casually approached. Therefore, he only stayed at the edge of the pool. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that, right? Mu Dongyu didn't say anything. She looked at him coldly. Or, did I do something wrong just now? Although Mitsui was usually bold and boorish, he was very cautious. Otherwise, Tsun-Yi wouldn't have specially chosen him to stay in the mystic forest. After a moment of silence, Mu Dongyu said, It's nothing. Actually, many people entered the lightning pool. There were all kinds of people. It wasn't that he hadn't seen them before. What Mitsui had done was nothing compared to what many people had done. It was just that he happened to be in a bad mood. Seeing Mitsui's serious and honest expression, the doubts in Mu Dongyo's heart gradually disappeared. She moved and went into the distance. Mitsui watched her leave until she was out of sight. Then, he slowly let out a sigh. Soon after, he turned back to look at the rugged reefs with some doubt. TSK. This 4th divine envoy doesn't seem to know the secret here. Didn't he say that he was in charge of the lightning pool? He didn't even know this? Mitsui scratched his head. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. On the other side, little Hachi was fiddling with medicine in her room. A rich medicinal fragrance wafted out of the room, almost filling the entire courtyard. Hua Shuangshuang and Sun Yi were sitting opposite each other in the courtyard. Noticing the commotion, Hua Shuangshuang looked in that direction strangely. Big brother, what's wrong with little Hachi? Why is she so diligent in her cultivation these days? Ever since her master left, she had been hugging countless medicinal herbs and plunging into her room. She hadn't come out until now. With little Hachi's personality, this was really strange. Xin Yi's expression was indifferent. He didn't even lift his eyelids. Master has already broken through to senior doctor, but she's still a senior doctor. It doesn't sound good if word gets out. Little Hachi usually seemed lively, but when it came to important matters, she was still clear-headed. Now that she was about to be left far behind, she naturally worked hard. Hua Shuangshuang immediately understood. No wonder. Suddenly, the cry of a magical beast came from afar. Hua Shuangshuang looked up and saw a golden-winged crow-bone beast flying over. It looked like an eagle or a vulture. Its entire body was black, except for a pair of dark golden wings. Under the sunlight, they shone faintly. Hua Shuangshuang focused her eyes and saw that there was a tear on its wing. Blood was flowing out, and even the white bone could be seen. Its eyes were filled with deep fear. Behind it, a half-folded condor was rapidly approaching. Chapter 22:59. From the looks of it, the two divine beasts had just engaged in a fierce battle. The golden-winged raven-bone beast was no match for it and fled. However, the half-folded divine vulture, which had the upper hand, refused to let it go and chased after it. The two divine beasts were actually of the same level. But for some reason, the half-folded divine vulture was exceptionally ferocious and emitted a dense, cold aura. Its indifferent and ferocious eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light, as well as a hint of mockery. Its speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Every time the golden-winged raven-bone beast felt that it was about to successfully escape, it would suddenly speed up, but when it was about to catch up, it would slow down again. There were many times when the golden-winged raven-bone beast wanted to give up, but the other party would give it a glimmer of hope, causing it to flee with all its might. But it was also very clear that it couldn't escape the other party's pursuit. After running for so long, it had always been within the other party's hunting range. This caused the golden-winged raven-bone beast's mental state to become tense and on the verge of collapse. Seeing this scene, Hua Shuangshuang frowned and a trace of disgust flashed across her face. The half-folded divine vulture is doing this on purpose. The weak are prey to the strong. This was a principle that everyone understood. Among the magical beasts, this was even more vividly reflected. However, the half-folded divine vulture was toying with an opponent that had already been defeated by its claws. It was truly vile. He stood up, curled two fingers on his right hand, placed them in his mouth, and blew a whistle. Hearing this melodious and resonant whistle, the golden-winged raven-bone beast subconsciously looked over. Then, without any hesitation, it flew straight towards Hua Shuangshuang. Although it was currently injured, it had already been forced to the brink of collapse by the half-folded divine vulture. At this moment, it was using all of its remaining strength. There was even a thin layer of black flames burning on the dark golden wings. Hua Shuangshuang raised her arm, and the golden-winged raven-bone beast fell head first towards her. Screech! It let out a low, mournful cry. Its aura was already extremely weak, and it relied on its last bit of willpower to grab onto Hua Shuangshuang's arm. Hua Shuangshuang lowered her eyes and glanced at it, her brows furrowed even more tightly. She took out a pill with her other hand and fed it. Without even looking at it, the golden-winged raven-bone beast directly swallowed it. If anyone else saw this scene, they would definitely feel extremely shocked. Demonic beasts were vigilant by nature and were naturally hostile to humans. This was especially true for divine beasts, who were alert. They would not easily trust humans. However, at this moment, this golden-winged crow-bone beast directly flew over to Hua Shuangshuang's side, and without the slightest hesitation, ate the food he gave it. It didn't seem to be worried that Hua Shuangshuang would take the opportunity to harm it. Instead, it trusted her with its life. This was truly strange. A dark and cold murderous intent flashed across the eyes of the half-broken Shin vulture when it saw this. Just as it was about to continue forward, Sun-yi suddenly looked up. His face was calm, and his narrow and indifferent eyes were as deep as the sea, making him unfathomable. An indescribable invisible pressure surged out of his body. The half-broken god vulture finally stopped when it noticed danger, and then a strand of deep fear and terror had inexplicably surged from the bottom of its heart. This place must not be approached. However, it was really unwilling to give up on the food that was already in its mouth. In order to take down this golden-winged skeletal beast, it had spent a great deal of effort. But now, it was all for naught. It paced back and forth outside the courtyard, unwilling to approach, but also unwilling to leave. Hua Shuangshuang glanced at the golden-winged crow-bone beast lying on his arm. When he sensed that its aura was gradually stabilizing, his expression relaxed slightly. Then, he looked at Sun-yi. "Big brother, I really don't like this half-broken god vulture," Sun-yi said indifferently. "This is something from Jun Zhuqing. It's normal that you don't like it." Hua Shuangshuang was stunned. He turned around to take a look, and only then did he understand. "I see. I knew there were many different types of energy mixed within its body." He had heard of Jun Zhuqing's name before. This person didn't have a contract with any magical beasts, but he kept many of them by his side. Moreover, he liked to let them fight and kill each other. Only the strongest one would become his favorite. However, this was usually a short period of time. Once a better one appeared, he would immediately switch to another. The reason why this half-broken god vulture's energy was mixed was because it had devoured too many different types of magical beasts. Of course, there might also be humans among them. Wait, why is Jun Zhuqing's divine beast here? Sun-yi's expression didn't change. Of course, it's because he's here too. He's here. Hua Shuangshuang was about to say something when he suddenly saw a figure slowly walking toward them. "I was wondering why you didn't come back after so long." "So you came here?" A lazy and evil voice sounded. It was Jun Zhuqing. Hearing this voice, the half-broken god vulture's eyes suddenly flashed with deep fear. It had been with Jun Zhuqing for a long time, so it could naturally hear the dense impatience and annoyance in his voice. It folded its wings and lowered its head slightly. Jun Zhuqing didn't even look at it. Instead, his eyes fell on Sun-yi. Their eyes met. At this moment, even the surrounding air seemed to have frozen. But after a while, Jun Zhuqing shifted his gaze and looked at Hua Shuangshuang and the golden-winged crow-bone beast on his arm. This was originally a little toy sent by the second divine envoy, but it seems that you are very interested in it. Since that's the case, I'll give it to you as a gift. Hua Shuangshuang frowned. Why did Jun Zhuqing's words sound like he had a close relationship with the second divine envoy? Based on her previous experience, these divine envoys were all extremely arrogant. But now, they were treating Jun Zhuqing so politely. A divine beast was given away just like that? Who didn't know that this was to be fed to his half-broken god vulture? Even if the golden-winged crow-bone beast couldn't be compared to the two ancient divine beasts, it was still a respectable existence among the divine beasts. She really didn't know what the second divine envoy was thinking. "Oh right, I heard that she went back." Jun Zhuqing sighed softly as his slender fingers brushed past his eyebrows. "Seems like she went back to invite the artifact refining saint over? Probably to enter the palace of the illusory god. Actually, I said before that I could bring her in, but unfortunately, she wasn't willing. She just had to go through so much trouble." Hua Shuangshuang snorted. "What does what my master wants to do have to do with you? Patriarch Yi, you should focus more on yourself." Jun Zhuqing's gaze turned even colder, but his lips still held a smile and his sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. "I just think that she's too stupid to seek something far away. Family E." Sun-yi suddenly stood up. Chapter 2260. The smile on Jun Zhuqing's face finally faded. He stared at Sun-yi for a while, then turned to leave without saying anything. The half-folded divine vulture quickly followed. Seeing their figures gradually disappear into the distance, Hua Shuang frowned and looked at Sun Yi. Big brother, who exactly is that Jun Zhuqing? He seems to be quite familiar with these divine envoys. This kind of treatment was much better than what they had received. Sun Yi said, of course it's family Yi's head. Hua Shuang suddenly understood something. You mean, family Yi, boom. A powerful energy wave suddenly came from the room. The two of them turned to look. Bang! The door was violently opened by this shocking force, and a thick cloud of white smoke spread out from inside. Immediately after, little Hachi hurriedly ran out. Cough cough, cough, cough cough. As little Hachi ran, she kept waving her hands, trying to disperse the smoke. When she finally reached the center of the courtyard, she was finally able to catch her breath. That scared me to death. Little Hachi supported herself on the stone table with one hand and patted her chest with the other. Little Hachi, what's wrong? Hua Shuang had just taken a step forward when little Hachi happened to raise her head, and his heart jumped in fright. For some reason, little Hachi's face was smeared with several streaks of black ash. Her eyes were filled with tears from the smoke, and she looked extremely pathetic. Hua Shuang's mouth twitched. Little Hachi, what did you do? Are you going to tear down the room? Little Hachi shook her head pitifully. What? I just wanted to see if I could refine a Supreme Doctor level pill, and I accidentally ended up like this, Hua Shuang sighed. You can't rush this kind of thing. You've always been very talented. Take it slow, and you'll succeed, little Hachi shook her head. Second brother, you misunderstood. I've already refined it. As she spoke, she took out a tattered box. It's just that the medicinal pill contained too much power. My medicinal cauldron couldn't withstand it and exploded just like that. Even this box was blown apart. Her heart ached. This is a jade box that I chose after looking at it for a full 6 hours. It was originally used to store the first senior doctor level pill that I refined. Who knew that something like this would happen? Heavens knew that when that medicinal cauldron exploded, her little heart was really thumping wildly. Hua Shuang opened her eyes wide. She looked at the jade box and didn't say anything for a long time. Sun Yi, on the other hand, reached out to take the item and opened it for a look. Although the jade box was shattered, the medicinal pills inside were still in good condition. White and green intertwined. Although the colors were a little mixed, the power was still considered pure. Most importantly, this was indeed a senior doctor level pill. This also meant that little Hachi had officially broken through to Supreme Doctor. Just put up with it. Sun Yi took a few glances and returned the item to little Hachi. I'll get you a better medicinal cauldron later. There won't be a next time. Hua Shuang looked at him as if she was looking at a pervert. Little Hachi had broken through to Supreme Doctor so quickly. If this was outside, who knew how many people would be envious of her? Why did it become putting up with it when it came to Big Brother? Little Hachi seemed to have already expected his answer. She weakly exhaled and put the jade box away. I know. But Big Brother, it won't be too late to say these words after I go to sleep. In order to refine this pill, she hadn't slept for several days and nights. Now that she had finally succeeded, she only wanted to take a comfortable bath and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, all right? With that, she turned around and walked away. Hua Shuang looked at her sympathetically. Do you plan to raise this golden-winged crow bone beast yourself or send it back? Sun Yi asked. Hua Shuang returned to her senses and looked down. The golden-winged crow bone beast seemed to be afraid of being abandoned. Its body trembled slightly. Hua Shuang sighed. I'll raise it. On the other side, Jun Zhuqing had just passed through the gate of the Illusion God Palace when he stopped. The half-folded divine vulture that had been following him also stopped. Jun Zhuqing said, Come here. The half-folded divine vulture obeyed and arrived in front of him. Sensing the cold aura emanating from Jun Zhuqing's body, a deep sense of fear welled up in its heart. It's just a golden-winged crow-bone beast, yet you wasted so much time. There was no emotion in his voice, only a bone-chilling coldness. An extreme sense of danger welled up in its heart. The half-folded divine vulture's eyes suddenly widened. It spread its wings and turned around to flee. However, before it could move, a silver streak of light flew out, bang. Its head instantly exploded. A cluster of flames ignited and quickly swallowed the corpse. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The half-folded divine vulture died just like that. Not even its bones remained. It was just a bit playful. You killed it so straightforwardly. Aren't you a bit too heartless? A gentle male voice sounded. Jun Joching looked up. The person who came was a young man in his 20s. It's just a half-folded divine vulture. What's there to pity? Jun Joching laughed. It's not a crimson gold heavenly phoenix or a great phoenix dragon. In my opinion, the second divine envoy doesn't need to care. Yu Qian raised an eyebrow. You can't say that. The divine beasts of the illusion god palace are all extremely precious. It's naturally a pity that it died just like that. Jun Joching's lips curled slightly. He didn't think much of it. If Yu Qian really cared, he wouldn't have reacted like this. Yu Qian said. I'm here to ask you something. Jun Joching nodded. Second divine envoy, please speak. Yu Qian took a step forward. I heard that Shangguanyu has two contracted divine beasts. One is the three-eyed divine eagle, and the other is the current young master of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. Jun Joching's eyebrows moved slightly. Why are you asking this, second divine envoy? You just have to say yes or no. Yu Qian smiled faintly. Elsewhere in the Illusion God Palace, Jin Yunlai was organizing the roster in his room when he suddenly heard footsteps. He looked up and saw that it was Xu Jing. He frowned slightly. Ever since Xu Jing was reprimanded in public, she hadn't shown her face much. Even when she returned to the Illusion God Palace, she always came and went in a hurry. Why are you here? He closed the roster and put away the crimson gold feather in his hand. Xu Jing's eyes swept across the roster and didn't stop. I'm here this time because I have something to ask. What is it? Xu Jing paused. She looked hesitant. After a while, she took a few steps forward and stood in front of Jin Yunlai. She asked softly, have you seen the first divine envoy recently? Jin Yunlai frowned. You went to see him? Xu Jing bit her lip. He refused to see me. Chapter 2261. Jin Yunlai leaned back in her chair. Isn't this normal? Everyone would think so. Why are you looking for him at this time? Of course, he won't meet you. Xu Jing frowned. Of course, I know that. However, I suddenly remembered something. The first oracle hasn't shown up for several years. All this time, many of the affairs in the illusory god palace have been handled by the second oracle. Don't you think this is a bit strange? Jin Yunlai frowned. What's so strange about this? The first oracle's most important duty is always to be loyal to the illusory god palace. Isn't it normal to leave those messy little things to the subordinates to handle? Do you think everyone is like you, wanting to control all the power in their own hands? These words were very harsh, and Xu Jing's face became very ugly. However, Jin Yunlai's status was higher than hers, and she was telling the truth. She was in no position to refute. She took a deep breath and suppressed her anger. It's normal, but now that the divine gate has opened, the first oracle hasn't appeared. This doesn't make sense. She raised her chin. I just want to ask you. Have you sent this list to the first oracle? Jin Yunlai narrowed her eyes. The first oracle has already said that these matters are left to the second oracle. He doesn't care about other things and doesn't care too much. However, this list is of great importance, and he doesn't even look at it? He didn't even ask about it once? The room fell into a short silence. Jin Yunlai slowly sat up straight. What are you trying to say? Xu Jing said, It's not that I want to say anything. I just feel that this matter is strange. In addition, some time ago, the sixth oracle returned. I heard that his physical body was completely destroyed, and even his divine body fell along with it. He is now in seclusion to recover. He is very scheming. Who could have caused him to suffer such a big loss? Jin Yunlai didn't say anything. The relationship between the oracles of the illusory god palace wasn't very close. Most of the time, they just performed their own duties. Sometimes, they might not even see each other once in a few years. He had been in contact with Xu Jing for a long time. Xu Jing lowered his voice, and there seemed to be a light flickering in his eyes. I know that the sixth divine emissary was ordered to leave, and this time, he returned with permission. However, according to the rumors, the first divine envoy actually left the illusory god palace a few years ago and only returned recently. Rumors? Jin Yunlai sneered. There's no evidence for this kind of thing, so it's best not to talk about it. Moreover, this matter was related to the first oracle, so he had to be careful with his words and actions. Xu Jing, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't stretch your hands so far. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Xu Jing was not reconciled. But, if you really want to know, why don't you ask the first oracle again? This way, the truth would be revealed. What other rumor could be more credible than the explanation of the person involved? Or, you can go and consult the second divine emissary. In short, I won't stop you. But he wouldn't get involved. Xu Jing gritted his teeth when he saw his firm attitude. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from outside the door. The two of them were shocked and turned their heads to look. Jin Yunlai got up, walked over, and opened the window. A muscular white lion was leaping over. Its ice-blue eyes were looking straight at them. They were cold, indifferent, and extremely sharp. When it saw the two of them, it licked its paws, and a trace of mockery flashed in its eyes. However, when the two people in the room saw it, they were both shocked and looked at each other. Why did the Emperor's demonic beast suddenly come here? Then what they said just now. Xu Jing clenched his fists nervously, and his lips turned pale. This white lion rarely came here. Why did it suddenly appear today? She opened her mouth and was about to explain. Roar! Before she could say anything, the white lion had already retracted its gaze, turned around, and leaped away quickly. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jin Yunlai suddenly thought of something and turned around. Where did it come from just now? Xu Jing was stunned. I didn't notice. What's wrong? Jin Yunlai slowly clenched his fists. If I'm not wrong, it seems to have come from the direction of the first oracle's residence. How is that possible? Xu Jing instinctively retorted. It's not easy to get close to the first oracle's residence. Moreover, it hasn't opened its door for several years. Even I was stopped outside previously. How could it have come from there? Jin Yunlai lowered his eyes slightly. This was his territory. He wouldn't be wrong. There was only the first oracle in that direction. It must have come from there. But why did it go there? Maybe I was wrong. Jin Yunlai closed the window. You'd better go back. Let's forget about the first oracle. If you really want to know, you know who to ask. With that, he sat back in his seat and made a gesture of sending him off. Xu Jing bit his lip and finally left. At this moment, Chu Luyue and the others had arrived at the sea again. This time, there were more people with them. In addition to Su Li and Rong Xiu, who they had initially planned to invite, there were also Mu Hongyu, Jian Fengqi, and Yan Qing. Even Tang Ku, who had said that she had something to do at the beginning, had come along. When they arrived, there were many more people standing on the shore than when Chu Luyue left. Ever since the Divine Gate opened, the experts in the Divine Ruins world had come here. When Chu Luiyue arrived with Sun Yi and the others, they were the first batch. And now, with the passage of time, more and more people naturally came. Because of the previous experience, Chu Luiyue and the others went much more smoothly this time. Other than Mu Hongyu, Jian Fengqi, and Su Li, who were still exalted gods, the others were already venerable gods. And Su Li herself was a weapon-refining saint. If she wanted to pass through the sea, she had plenty of divine artifacts. Mu Hongyu was even more so. She could even pass through the sky canopy freely, so this was naturally not a problem. So, in the end, the only one left was Jian Fengqi. Looking at the rolling waves in front of him, he grabbed Mu Hongyu's wrist without hesitation. Mu Hongyu looked up at him. Jian Fengqi coughed. "Take me there, and I'll return the contract to you." Mu Hongyu was still a little hesitant at first, but when she heard this, she immediately agreed without hesitation. "Deal." Chu Luiyue looked at him suspiciously. Based on her understanding of Jian Fengqi, he didn't seem like a straightforward person. Suddenly, a warm and strong hand reached over and held her hand. Let's go." Rong Xiu looked up at the silver bridge calmly and raised his eyebrows slightly. "I hope everything goes well." Digression, it was about 7 o'clock. Chapter 2262. Sensing the movement of the divine gate, Jin Yunlai stood up and walked outside. However, as soon as he reached the door, he felt that something was wrong. In the courtyard, the void shook. Ripples spread out, and a figure gradually appeared. Seventh Divine Envoy. Seeing who it was, Jin Yunlai was shocked. "Lord Yuemo? Why are you here?" This person usually followed the emperor and rarely showed himself. He also rarely came to the palace of the illusory god. Why was he so free today? Yumo's gaze fell on the register in his hand. The emperor wants to see this divine enrollment register. Jin Yunlai was shocked. Now? Yuemo raised his eyebrows. "Why, can't I see it?" "Of course not." Jin Yunlai immediately denied. However, he still felt that the emperor's sudden request was quite strange. This divine enrollment register was considered an item of the palace of the illusory god. The emperor would only look at it once every 1,000 years. After thinking about it carefully, the emperor had indeed not looked at it for a long time. However, this was the first time he had asked for it when the divine enrollment register opened. However, some people have already reached the divine enrollment register. "I still have to register them, Seventh Divine Envoy." Yuemo interrupted him with a smile. "The emperor is in such a good mood today. You should know what is more important." Jin Yunlai's heart skipped a beat. He no longer hesitated and presented the register with both hands. "Lord Yuemo is right. The divine enrollment register is here. Please take a look." Yuemo raised his hand. The divine enrollment register and the reddish gold feather flew lightly and landed in his palm. "Seventh Divine Envoy, if you are really worried, I can also help you register those people at the divine enrollment register. Then, I will bring the divine enrollment register back and present it to the emperor." Jin Yunlai was a little hesitant. "I'm afraid it will be troublesome, it's just writing a few names." "What's so troublesome about it? It will be over in a while." "Or does the Seventh Divine Envoy not believe me?" "I don't dare." Jin Yunlai lowered his head slightly. "In that case, I will leave the divine enrollment register to you for the time being." Yuemo revealed a satisfied look on his face. "Then the seventh divine emissary should rest for the time being. After the celestial emperor has finished reading it, I will naturally send it back." Jin Yunlai responded. Yumo's figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Only then did Jin Yunlai raise her head, a trace of doubt flashing through her eyes. Of all times to enter the divine book, why did it have to be now? He thought for a moment and looked in the direction of the divine gate. Naturally, he couldn't see anything clearly from here. However, he was in charge of guarding the divine gate this time, so he could sense the barrier over there. Not long after, a familiar fluctuation came from that direction. "Shengguanyu?" he muttered under his breath. "You came back pretty quickly." She reckoned that the person with her was the weapon-refining saint she had invited earlier. From the looks of it, there seemed to be a few more. He probably brought his subordinates or someone he was familiar with. Anyway, this was not the first time she had done something like this. Jin Yunlai frowned. After a moment, she retracted her gaze, shook her head, and turned back into the house. There was nothing much to see. At the Divine Gate, Chu Luiyue directly crossed the barrier and entered the Divine Gate. Rong Xiu followed closely behind. Just as he approached the barrier, there was a ripple on it. Buzz! It faintly emitted a suppressive aura, blocking people outside. He stopped and withdrew his hand. Chu Luiyue saw this and didn't find it strange. She explained, "It's probably because you haven't been here before, so you were stopped. Later, the 7th Divine Envoy will come and register you." As she spoke, she turned back and glanced in the direction of the star path. Strange, Jin Yunlai used to come very quickly. Why was she nowhere to be seen this time? Rong Xiu gently nodded. "Then let's wait." Su Li and the others also nodded. Since they were already here, there was nothing to be anxious about. At this moment, Chu Luiyue felt a fluctuation behind her. She focused her gaze. A blurry figure appeared in front of her. In the fluctuating void, a man's voice could be heard. "The 7th Divine Envoy can't come for now. I will be responsible for your registration." When she saw the silhouette of the figure, Chu Luiyue had already guessed the person's identity. Now that she heard the voice, she was even more certain. This person was the man who appeared at Herb Mountain that day. In other words, he was the person who was rumored to be by the Emperor's side. Just as she was about to speak, the man had already raised his hand. Whoosh! A reddish gold feather flew from his hand and went straight to Rong Xiu's forehead. It gently swept across his forehead. The totem of the Yuntian Tower quickly appeared. The man asked for his name and opened the barrier. Rong Xiu lifted his foot and stepped through the Divine Gate. Chu Luiyue blinked. That was too fast. However, Rong Xiu had a bloodline totem to begin with. It was not strange that he could enter smoothly. The people behind him followed one after another. Jian Fengqi, Mu Hongyu, and Su Li did not have a bloodline totem. Chu Luiyue originally thought that this person would make things difficult for them. However, he only sent out a few letters without saying anything and directly let them in. In less than a quarter of an hour, all of them had entered the Heaven Gate. Chu Luiyue felt that it was a bit strange. She looked at the man again. Unfortunately, the man's figure and appearance were blurred in a halo. She could not see clearly. Clap. The sound of the register being closed could be heard. Some of you know the rules of the Illusory God Palace, so I won't say anything more. Then, the man's figure quickly disappeared. Jian Fengqi looked at Chu Luiyue. This Illusory God Palace doesn't seem that hard to enter. Mu Hongyu stretched out her hand. "Give me the contract." Chapter 2263. Jian Fengqi's peach blossom-shaped eyes sparkled. With a wave of his slender fingers, a piece of paper appeared at his fingertips. "Why are you in such a hurry? I've always kept my promises. I won't go back on my words." Mu Hongyu took the piece of paper and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, she froze. "There's something wrong with this contract. Why isn't there my handprint on it?" At first glance, there was nothing wrong with the contract, but the most important thing was that her handprint was missing. Jian Fengqi waved his fan. "Oh, this one. I copied it when I was bored. Of course, it doesn't have your handprint." Mu Hongyu. "What did you say?" She gritted her teeth and stared at Jian Fengqi with her almond-shaped eyes. Jian Fengqi took a step back. "Ahem. I only said that I was giving you the contract, but I didn't say which one. Mu Hongyu raised her voice. Of course I want the real one. Why did he give her a fake one? Jian Fengqi looked innocent. But you didn't say so just now. Everyone, they had seen shameless people before, but it was rare to see someone this shameless. Chu Luiyue was full of admiration and emotion. After so many years, Jian Fengqi, you're still the best. He was the only one who could do something like this. Oh, no, there was someone here who could compete with him. Tang Ku. Without saying anything, she put the tombstones together. Now, the entire Peach Blossom Dock, no, the entire world of divine ruins, knew that they had been buried together for 10,000 years. Su Li tried to explain and clarify several times, but it was useless. In the end, she could only let it go. What were all of them thinking? Mu Hongyu suddenly had an ominous feeling. How many copies of this do you have? Jian Fengqi smiled, his eyes flirtatious. I haven't counted. Every time I think of this, I will copy 1, 2, 3, 4 copies. If you really want it, I can write it for you now. Jian Feng. It's too late. Mu Hongyu clenched her fists, ready to fight. Sigh, Jian Fengqi closed his fan. Hongyu, it's not appropriate to fight here, right? This was the Palace of Illusions. Especially when they were still at the entrance of the Divine Gate. Chu Luiyue coughed. Hongyu, don't worry, we're here, there will be opportunities in the future, Jian Fengqi. Muza's anger. Humph. Little you, didn't you say that the person in charge of guarding the gate of heaven was the 7th divine envoy? Who was that? Su asked curiously. Fengqi's. Of it. This is the second time I've seen it. Su Li nodded, deep in thought. Chu Luiyue had already told them about the Palace of Illusions. At this moment, a figure walked over from not far away. He was very fast, and in a few seconds, he was in front of them. It was Chang Wanzhou. Master, Lord Sun Yi asked me to come and fetch you and His Highness. Chu Luiyue nodded. You came at the right time. I'll take Mr. Su to the Palace of Illusions. I'll leave the rest to you. Chang Wanzhou bowed respectfully. Yes. Chu Luiyue looked at Rongxiu. I'll be back soon. Rongxiu's thin lips curled up slightly. Okay. There was nothing to worry about. After Chu Luiyue said a few words, he invited Su Li to go to the Palace of Illusions with him. The two figures gradually disappeared into the distance. Rongxiu watched for a while, then retracted his gaze and looked at Chang Wanzhou, raising his eyebrows. Long time no see. You become a god? Chang Wanzhou responded. Yes. Rongxiu smiled. It was faster than he had expected. Let's go. Chang Wanzhou took a step back, then turned around and led the way. This way, Your Highness. On the other side, Chu Luiyue led Su Li directly to the Palace of Illusions. They had walked past the star path. As Su Li walked, she looked around curiously. There were rows upon rows of houses here, but not many people came out. It seemed a little lonely. In the end, her gaze landed on the path that was flickering with spots of light. This is the star path? Chu Luiyue nodded. It's the same as the silver bridge from before. There are profound formations sealed below. The part we walked past just now was a profound formation of a profound king master. This part is a great profound king master. Su Li suddenly understood. Then these shouldn't be a problem for little you, She was very clear about how strong Chu Luiyue was. These are fine. The troublesome ones are the great grandmaster profound formations in front. Chu Luiyue smiled. Su Li was startled and looked forward in disbelief. A long and resplendent path extended upwards, all the way to the palace that stood in the distance. So many. Although she wasn't a profound master, she still had some understanding. A great grandmaster profound formation was several times more difficult than a great profound king master. Moreover, even if a person reached the great grandmaster level, it only meant that they could use a profound formation of this level. It didn't mean that they could completely comprehend a profound formation of the same level. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them, right? So in the past 10,000 years, those who could comprehend all the profound formations here and enter the illusory God Palace were few and far between. The seventh divine envoy that I mentioned to you before was one of them. But don't worry. You're a weapon refining saint and have the qualifications to directly enter the illusory God Palace. Chu Luiyue smiled. Su Li was speechless. She reached out and patted her chest lightly. Fortunately, I'm a weapon refining master. Otherwise, these profound formations would really be difficult. Chu Luiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Li was probably the only person in the entire world who could say such words. Ordinary weapon refining masters wouldn't have an easier time entering the illusory God Palace than profound masters. How could a weapon refining saint break through so easily? Previously, Kong Qinglin was also said to have been stuck as a weapon refining venerable for thousands of years before finally breaking through the shackles and successfully entering that realm. It was just that Su Li's talent in this area was too strong. Moreover, her luck back then was also good. That was why she could so easily become a weapon refining saint. And how many people in the world had such luck? Ordinary people couldn't be envious. The further they went, the quieter their surroundings became. It was a silence that was extremely rare even for cultivators. The surrounding atmosphere also unknowingly became solemn and heavy. Although the two of them only walked by the side of the star road, they could still clearly feel the increasingly heavy pressure. Finally, the two of them arrived at the door. Chu Luiyue was about to knock on the door when he suddenly saw the door open and a person walk out. Chapter 2264. The person who came was Xu Jing. She originally planned to go to Herb Mountain, but she didn't expect to bump into Chu Luiyue as soon as she stepped out. Seeing that familiar face, Xu Jing was startled at first, then immediately frowned. Shang Guanyu, why are you here? Because of the fear in her heart, her tone and attitude towards Chu Luiyue were much better than before. However, probably because there were no outsiders around, the impatience and irritation in her eyes were still faintly visible. Chu Luiyue didn't mind and smiled faintly. Greetings, 8th Oracle. I'm here to send Mr. Su to the palace of the illusory god. Mr. Su? Xu Jing's gaze turned slightly and only then did she see Su Li standing beside Chu Luiyue. Exalted goddess? Her frown deepened. Shang Guanyu, don't tell me you don't know the requirements to enter the palace of the illusory god? She actually pulled such an ordinary-looking exalted goddess over and said that she wanted to enter the palace of the illusory god? Su Li raised her thin eyebrows slightly. Was she looking down on her? Although she had always had a good temper, she wasn't someone who would be looked down upon and bullied. Moreover, this person in front of her had specifically bullied little Yu before. The threshold of the palace of the illusory god is really high. So even a weapon refining saint isn't qualified to enter? Su Li smiled faintly and asked. Xu Jing was startled and a trace of disbelief flashed across her eyes. You're a weapon refining saint? Why, don't I look like one? Su Li's lips curved slightly. Xu Jing was momentarily speechless and didn't speak for a long time. Chu Luiyue said. The seventh divine emissary also knows that I invited Mr. Su here. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Xu Jing's face was a little ugly. She had just parted with Jin Yunlai not long ago, so how could she ask about this now? No need. She turned around and closed the door. Then, she looked at the two with a cold expression. If you're really a weapon refining saint, you can naturally enter the palace of the illusory god. Chu Luiyue smiled. Does the eighth messenger mean that we have to open the door ourselves? Those who have the qualifications and strength to enter the palace of the illusory god will naturally have no problem opening the door. As Xu Jing spoke, she didn't want to talk to them anymore. She turned around and left. Su Li turned around to look at her. This eighth divine emissary is really arrogant. Chu Luiyue was already used to it. All the oracles here are like that, but she is considered outstanding. Mr. Su, can you open this door? Su Li retracted her gaze and looked at the closed door in front of her. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just. She suddenly paused, a trace of hesitation flashing across her face. Little you, this place. She had long heard from Chu Luiyue that this illusory god palace was exactly the same as the pavilion in the sky that appeared in the Red Moon Desert. Therefore, before coming, she had already mentally prepared herself. However, when she arrived here and saw the palace that truly existed, she still felt very strange. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Little you, have you tried going in? Chu Luiyue shook her head. No. It's also my first time here. Su Li looked at her, a trace of light flickering in her eyes. Since you were able to directly enter at that time, perhaps, it's the same here? Chu Luiyue's heart moved. Actually, she had thought of this before. After all, from the beginning, everything in the illusory god palace seemed to be against her. However, she didn't have any plans to try it for the time being. There were so many people in the illusory god palace. She didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at this place. If she really went in directly, it would cause a lot of trouble. That wasn't what she wanted to see right now. Therefore, for the sake of caution, she still chose to pass by. Su Li saw the change in her expression and instantly understood something. Then, I'll go in and take a look first. Chu Luiyue gently nodded. Su Li took a few steps forward and stretched out her hand. The moment her palm touched the door, she immediately felt that there was a gaze sweeping across her body. At this moment, it was as if her entire person was seen through. Su Li calmed down and exerted force on her hand. Creak, the door opened. She turned her gaze slightly and looked at Chu Luiyue. I'm going in. Mr. Su, please be careful. Su Li nodded and walked in without hesitation. Then, the door closed again. Chu Luiyue stared at the door for a while and turned to leave. At this moment, a slight fluctuation suddenly came from her dantian. For some reason, the water droplet floating quietly in his dantian started to ripple. Chu Luiyue's heart tightened and immediately suppressed it. She quickly turned around to take a look. Just now, there seemed to be a force that was calling her. She slowly clenched her hands in her sleeves and stood there waiting for a while. Seeing that nothing was wrong, she left. At the same time, in front of the empty black jade square, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the second messenger of God, Yu Qian. His expression was slightly serious as he stared at the black jade square in front of him. His eyes seemed to be surging with waves. He had only left for a short while and there was actually such a commotion here. Could it be? At this moment, light footsteps came from behind him. He immediately turned around to look. His eyes were extremely sharp, like a cold light piercing through. Su Li stopped in her tracks and looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her. Her heart was in her throat. This man was extremely dangerous. Moreover, he seemed to be extremely hostile towards her. However, she had only just arrived and had not even seen the other party. Where did this hostility come from? Who are you? Yu Qian asked in a low voice. Su Li suppressed her emotions and looked calm on the surface. She nodded and bowed. Her voice was calm and gentle. Su Li, Yu Qian frowned and his eyes swept across her face. Finally, his gaze fell on the letter at her waist. Are you new? Yes. Yu Qian stared at her for a long time before slowly saying. Refining saint? Su Li was shocked. Refining saints were different from martial artists. Their cultivation level was hidden very deeply. Outsiders basically could not see it. However, this man only looked at her for a while and guessed it directly. Yes. She nodded. The trace of worry in Yu Qian's heart disappeared. All the refining saints in the world had an inseparable close relationship with the palace of the illusory god. This meant that the fluctuation just now was caused by her. Go southwest. The fifth messenger of God will be in charge. Su Li felt that the dangerous aura of the other party disappeared in an instant. She was puzzled, but she did not ask. Thank you, messenger of God. Although she did not know the other party's ranking, in the palace of the illusory god, to have such an aura, it must be the messenger of God. Yu Qian had already looked at the black jade square again. The flame at the top of the white jade pillar was much dimmer than before. He frowned. Digression, today, I have to go out and try to get to 6:00. Chapter 2265. On the other side, Chang Wanzhou had already brought his men back to his residence. Due to the arrival of Rong Xiao and the others, the original courtyard was no longer big enough. However, Sun Yi had already tidied up the few courtyards beside them and was waiting for them to arrive. There were many courtyards in the Illusion God Palace, and the few courtyards beside them happened to be empty, so it was convenient for them. This commotion also attracted the attention of some people. Xiao Ran was originally sitting on his roof in boredom, staring at the star path and deep in thought. When he saw Chang Wanzhou coming over with his men, he was shocked. Because he had never seen the people behind him before. On second thought, he remembered that Chu Luiyue seemed to have said that he would go back and invite the artifact refining saint over. But why were there so many people? Seeing the group of people approaching, Xiao Ran touched his chin. These people are not weak, especially the young man in front, who was dressed in snow-white clothes. He was handsome and devilish, exuding a noble aura. If I'm not wrong, he should be that girl's husband. There was also the young man in black clothes behind him. He held a sword in one hand and looked cold and indifferent. He seemed to be a follower, but he had already broken through to the god realm. Xiao Ran was suddenly stunned and stared at Yan Qing a few more times. This person. Why does he look so familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before? He frowned slightly and kept searching in his mind, but he couldn't find an answer. However, that familiar feeling lingered in his mind. At this moment, Yan Qing sensed his gaze and looked over. His facial features were handsome, but there was a faint coldness in his eyes. He was like a moving iceberg. In just an instant, Yan Qing retracted his gaze. Xiao Ran touched his chin. This person. I've never seen him before. Perhaps it was just my imagination. While Xiao Ran was secretly conflicted, Rong Xiao and the others had already arrived. Sun Yi was already waiting at the door. When he saw Rong Xiao and the others, he nodded slightly and bowed. Your Highness. Rong Xiao's gaze swept past him as he nodded and walked in. Xiao Ran didn't withdraw his gaze until all of them had entered the room. He frowned slightly. No matter how he looked at it, there didn't seem to be a problem. But, bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Xiao Ran quickly raised his eyes to look over, only to see a silver stream of light soaring into the sky from the star passage. It quickly transformed into a profound formation in midair. Someone else is taking the star path? Xiao Ran's heart skipped a beat. He instantly soared into the air and looked over. When he saw it, he was overjoyed. Wasn't the woman who was currently standing on the star passage breaking the profound formation Chu Luiyue? She had just brought people back, and she was already trying to break the Xian formation? Isn't this a little too efficient? Just as Xiao Ran was thinking about this, he saw another ray of light fly up. Another Xian formation was successfully activated. He was taken aback. Little girl, how can you be so fast? The commotion on the star passage quickly attracted the attention of the other people in the illusory god palace. When they discovered that this person was still Chu Luiyue, many people were rather surprised. Isn't that Sheng Guanyu? Why is she taking the star path again so quickly? It seems like only half a month has passed since she turned back halfway. In such a short time, she has already comprehended the profound formation of the Great Xian Emperor Division? TSK. She has already activated 2 profound formations consecutively. It's probably not right to say that she has only broken one, right? Other things aside, her talent as a Xian master is indeed very shocking. I wonder how far she can go this time. She probably came because she has a certain level of confidence. However, the number of profound formations in the Great Xian Emperor Division is not small. She has only deciphered less than 1/10 of them. She might be able to walk for a while, but it probably won't be too long. Everyone had different opinions about Chu Liuyue's actions. Some were looking forward to it, while others disagreed. Chu Liyue, who was standing on the star path, automatically ignored all these voices. She had originally planned to continue walking the star path after inviting Su Li over. To the current her, these profound formations of the Great Xian Emperor Division were no longer of any difficulty. The key was whether Su Li could find some information on her side. And during this period of time, she also planned to walk forward as much as possible. This way, if something happened, she could openly enter the illusory god palace with the fastest speed possible. With this thought, she lightly waved her hands in front of her. Several streams of light flew out and intertwined with each other. Not long after, another profound formation was deciphered. She took a step forward and continued forward. Time slowly passed. The number of onlookers also increased. Gradually, they finally realized that Chu Liyue did not seem to have returned on a whim because she had deciphered a few profound formations at the last moment. She had clearly made preparations long ago. Seeing her decipher profound formations one after another and easily activate them, everyone's attitude rapidly changed. These profound formations of the Great Xian Emperor Division are not simple. She actually managed to draw them so smoothly and easily. In the crowd, someone could not help but mutter in a low voice, unable to conceal the shock in his voice. Previously, although her performance was very outstanding, most of those were profound formations of the Great Xian Emperor Division. It was not that no one in the illusory god palace could do it, but it might take a little longer. But this time was different. The difficulty of the profound formations of the Great Xian Emperor Division had increased by more than a little. Even if she had not rested during this period of time to study these, it should not be so heaven-defying, right? Mu Yafeng had also arrived at some point in time. However, she did not go to the very front and only chose a hidden corner to wait. From where she stood, she could see that Chu Liyue was following the star path and was slowly approaching here. She was also getting closer and closer to the illusory god palace. When she looked carefully, she could even see the calmness in Chu Liyue's eyes. It was very clear that these profound formations of the Great Xian Emperor Division that others found difficult to decipher did not pose any threat to her at all. Along the way, she had already activated more than 10 profound formations continuously without stopping to rest. But there was not the slightest bit of fatigue on her face. It seemed like she was just strolling leisurely. Mu Yafeng gritted her teeth. A few voices of discussion came from the side. Don't you guys feel that Shang Guanyu seems to be very relaxed when walking this segment of the star path? You think so too? I thought I was the only one who felt that way. From the beginning until now, how long has it been? She hasn't stuttered even once. The time she spent on each profound formation is very short. Even Mu Yafeng did not reach this level back then. Mu Yafeng can't compare to Shang Guanyu, right? She broke her record the last time. Sigh, if not for the fact that Shang Guanyu just came to the illusory god palace, I would have thought that she had already seen these profound formations. There seemed to be a ball of fire burning in Mu Yafeng's chest. She suddenly said, how do you know that she hasn't seen them before? Chapter 2266. Hearing her voice, those people turned their heads and looked over. They hadn't noticed it before, but now that Mu Yafeng took the initiative to speak, they realized that she had come here without them knowing. They immediately became nervous. Did she hear what they said just now? No matter what, Mu Yafeng was the most promising Xian master in the illusory god palace to complete the Star Road. Now that someone was performing better than her, how could she feel good? They looked at each other, and one of them finally couldn't help but ask. Mu Yafeng, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Shang Guanyu has really seen these Xian formations? That's impossible. How long has she been in the illusory god palace? And this is her first time coming to this place on the Star Road. It's not good to say such things, right? Another person said softly. Mu Yafeng smiled coldly. What's there to not say? When she passed by the Xian King teacher's Xian formation, didn't she say that she had seen a portion of it before? They choked. Chu Luyue did say that, but those Xian formations weren't very high level. Those who had some background in the divine ruins world might have seen many of them. There was nothing much to say about that. But the Xian King teacher's Xian formation was different. In the world, there was no place with more high-level Xian formations than the illusory god palace. Even if she had seen them before, it was at most a portion. It was absolutely impossible for her to see all of them, let alone cover all the Xian formations on the Star Road. Do you really think that there's someone in this world who can instantly comprehend the Xian formations of the great Xian King teacher with just a glance? Mu Yafeng said softly with a calm expression. Their expressions changed. What do you mean by that? That's right. No matter how talented Chu Luyue was, she shouldn't be so heaven-defying. If this continued, she could almost tie with the seventh divine emissary, right? One had to know that even the seventh divine emissary spent hundreds of years to complete the Star Road. This was also why he could become the seventh divine emissary. How long had Chu Luyue been here? Wasn't this going too smoothly? Mu Yafeng said. I don't mean anything. Everyone has sharp eyes, and I don't need to say anything. These words made people even more suspicious. Suddenly, a young man beside him seemed to have thought of something. Oh, right. I remember that Shangguanyu has a good relationship with Zhenbao Pavilion. Lord Ji seemed to have personally looked for her and invited her to the treasure pavilion. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused quite a commotion. Really? Did His Excellency personally invite him? What kind of status does Lord Ji have? Why would he be so courteous to her? But she doesn't have a bloodline totem. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case, right? Of course it's true. I'm not the only one who saw it that day. Wait, did you forget that the treasure pavilion still has a copy of the mythical flame diagram? Could it be that she saw this? The crowd fell silent for a moment. They knew very well what the mythical flame diagram was. If that was the case, it wouldn't be difficult to explain all of this. However, there was another problem. The mythical diagram of flame is so precious. How can Shangguanyu be qualified to read it? You want to buy it? That was impossible. Even a well-known figure like Mu Yafeng, who had been accumulating wealth for many years, didn't have enough capital to buy it. Needless to say, the others didn't. Could it be that His Excellency Ji is behind this? Someone whispered, but halfway through, he was suddenly interrupted. I say, what's the point of guessing here and there? Everyone, including Mu Yafeng, was shocked and turned around to look. Xiao Ran had appeared not far behind them. At this moment, he was leaning lazily against the wall with his arms crossed. He looked at them with a half-smile. Anyway, His Excellency Mingshu spends most of his time in the treasure pavilion. Isn't it better for you to go over and ask him? Everyone was speechless. His Excellency Mingshu always looked amiable, but everyone knew that he was not to be trifled with. Even the eighth divine envoy was not afraid of the treasure pavilion, let alone them. If they went over now, wouldn't they be making trouble for themselves? When Mu Yafeng saw Xiao Ran, a trace of fear flashed across her eyes. However, at this moment, Xiao Ran suddenly looked over. Mu Yafeng. The corners of his lips curled up. Others may not know why Shangguanyu was able to progress so smoothly on the Star Road, but don't you know? Mu Yafeng's lips instantly turned pale. The people beside her looked at Mu Yafeng and then at Xiao Ran in confusion. What was he hinting at? However, Xiao Ran didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze and looked at Chu Luiyue. Actually, he was also very curious. How far could she go this time? Mu Yafeng clenched her fists and shut her mouth. The fact that Chu Luiyue was copying Xian formations for the treasure pavilion was considered a secret. If this was said by Chu Luiyue or the treasure pavilion, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was said by her, it was different. Although she was very unhappy with the fact that the treasure pavilion was biased towards Chu Luiyue, she wasn't stupid enough to offend them publicly. While he was arguing, Chu Luiyue had already cracked 3 more Xian formations. Many people were bewildered when they saw her stubbornly moving forward. Where can she go? Rong Xiu stood in the courtyard and looked up slightly. He could see the silver stream of light rushing into the sky. Xian formations quickly condensed and dissipated, and the distance kept moving forward. Obviously, she was getting closer and closer to the illusory god palace. Sheng Wanjing walked out of the house and lowered his eyes, as if in deep thought. He had just asked Tang Ke some questions. Ever since he saw Kong Qinglin break through to the weapon-refining Saint Realm with his own eyes, he vaguely felt that he was closer to that threshold. However, a little bit was still a little bit. Fortunately, Tang Ke was also here and gave him a lot of advice. He felt that he had comprehended something, but he was still lacking something to break through the window paper. Seeing Rong Xiu standing in the courtyard, he raised his voice and said, "Rong Xiu, you've just arrived at the illusory god palace. Why don't you walk around?" Chapter 2267. Hearing this, Rong Xiu looked back and smiled faintly. "Since I'm already here, there's no need to rush." Seeing that he was calm and composed, Sheng Wanjing was also relieved. Rong Xiu was extremely talented and resourceful. He probably already had his own plans and didn't need others to worry about him. Following his line of sight, Sheng Wanjing smiled. "It seems that you, is going quite well." Rong Xiu nodded slightly. Yes. Those Xian formations were indeed nothing to her. Sheng Wanjing waved his hand. "Keep an eye on that girl and tell her not to be so anxious. I'll go into seclusion for the next few days." Previously, when Chu Luiyue wasn't here, he had been carefully watching over this group of people. Now that Rong Xiu was here, he could finally free up some time. Rong Xiu's thin lips curled slightly. "Don't worry." Only then did Sheng Wanjing return to his room. Illusory God Palace. Jin Yunlai walked out of the door and looked into the distance. She's continuing. The commotion on the Star Road wasn't small. It was hard for him not to know. After staring for a while, Jin Yunlai's expression gradually became serious. Chu Liuyue's speed was much faster than he expected. "It seems that she's really obtained the mythical flame diagram." Jin Yunlai murmured softly. Previously, Mu Yafeng only sent a message saying that Treasure Pavilion had asked Chu Luiyue to copy the Xian formations on the 2nd floor. But at that time, he wasn't sure which ones were which. But now, everything couldn't be clearer. If she hadn't read the mythical flame diagram, she wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly on the Star Road. It seems that Treasure Pavilion really values her. They're even willing to part with this thing. Jin Yunlai frowned slightly. But he was still puzzled. Because even so, she shouldn't be so fast. The further she went, the more complicated and difficult the profound formations became. However, her speed was not affected at all. This almost made people suspect that she had already memorized all the Xian formations in the entire Xian formation in her mind. But, how is this possible? No matter how high her comprehension ability was, it shouldn't be this fast. Perhaps I should find a time to talk to Chu Luiyue. At this moment, a familiar fluctuation came from the front. Jin Yunlai's heart tightened. Then, a figure appeared in the void. The enchanting book and the crimson golden feather also flew out. Jin Yunlai quickly caught the item. Lord Umo, why are you back so soon? He had thought that he would have to wait for several days. Umo smiled faintly. The Celestial Emperor already knows the names on the list. Naturally, it won't take long. What's more, the gate of heaven was still open, and there were many things that the seventh divine emissary had to take care of. Jin Yunlai said respectfully. Yes. This was probably the Celestial Emperor's order. If the Celestial Emperor has any other orders, I will inform you. Umo said. Jin Yunlai responded. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked. Lord Umo, wasn't it Lord Yen Qing who was in charge of the palace of the illusory god? Why was it suddenly changed to Umo? Umo said faintly. Seventh divine emissary, this kind of thing shouldn't concern you, right? Jin Yunlai was shocked. Only then did he realize that he had crossed the line and immediately took half a step back. Lord Umo, please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Umo stared at him for a while. It's good that you know. After saying that, he turned and left. After a long time, Jin Yunlai let out a long sigh. Chapter 2268. Herb Mountain. Compared to the past, this place was much livelier now. Ever since Xu Jing was reprimanded in public and abolished many of the rules she had set, the celestial physician of the illusionary god palace was no longer restrained and could freely come and go to Herb Mountain. When Xu Jing arrived, she saw such a scene. She looked around and saw that almost every mountain was crowded with people. All kinds of medicinal herbs were constantly being picked. Although this was not the first time she had seen this scene, Xu Jing's heart still skipped a beat. In the past, if these people wanted to get these things, they would have to put in a lot of effort and try to curry favor with her. But now, they no longer put her in their eyes. Even when a few people walked past her, they only greeted her with a simple salute and left quickly. If it was in the past, Xu Jing took a deep breath and suppressed all the messy thoughts in her mind. Now that things had become like this, it was useless for her to think more. She did not want to give up the position of the eighth divine envoy. However, at this moment, she glanced out of the corner of her eye and suddenly saw many people heading towards a certain mountain peak. She was in a daze when she saw a woman leisurely walking over from afar. She was wearing a colorful dress, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her graceful figure was fully displayed as she moved. The colorful string on her wrist was decorated with small jade fragments. She only needed to lift her hand slightly to tuck her hair behind her ear, and the sound of the bracelet could be heard. Xu Jing's face immediately turned cold. Those people were obviously heading towards that woman. Miss Little Hatchie, we meet again. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Miss Little Hatchie, did you bring back enough medicinal herbs last time? What have you taken a fancy to today? Why don't I help you look? Miss Little Hatchie, I heard that you are quite interested and talented in refining medicine. Why don't we exchange pointers when we have time? How about it? Extremely earnest voices could be heard one after another. Many young men came to Little Hatchie's side with eager faces. Little Hatchie plucked an ice lotus and smiled lazily. I've been coming here every day recently, so it's not a coincidence that we've run into each other. Also, there are so many medicinal herbs here, I can take whatever I like. As for sparring. She blinked, and her thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with light, and it was especially alluring. I'm not that free. Most of these people were only grand physicians. How could they compare notes with her? If she had the time, she might as well go back and continue refining pills. Ever since she broke through to senior doctor, Big Brother really knew how to squeeze her dry. Thinking of this, she sighed sadly and resentfully. Besides, I've been very tired recently. Everyone was originally embarrassed by her words, but when they saw her frown, they all felt sorry for her. If that's the case, we won't disturb you any further. That's right, that's right. Little Hatchie, go back and rest as soon as you're done. Finally, it was quiet. Little 8 blinked his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. Then, he leisurely picked some herbs. These people were really interesting. Previously, because she had offended the 8th divine envoy, none of them dared to say a word. Now that the situation had reversed, they were no longer afraid and followed her. Pfft. After choosing, she prepared to leave. However, just as she turned around, she felt a gaze that could not be considered kind fall on her. She stopped in her tracks and looked up. Then, she smiled. 8th divine envoy, it's been a long time. Xu Jing did not want to pay much attention to her, but seeing the smile on her face, he felt that it was especially dazzling. Although the herb mountain is open now, the herbs inside are especially precious. If you can't make good use of them, it's better not to take so much. It's more appropriate to leave things for others who need them more. Little Hatchie was stunned. 8th divine envoy, why do you say that? Why did this medicinal herb become a waste in my hands? Xu Jing looked at her coldly and indifferently. This woman was like a demon. All her thoughts were probably spent on her face. How could she have the time and energy to think about refining pills? With so many people disturbing you all day, you probably can't refine pills well. Xu Jing's words were tactful and sarcastic. He was just short of directly saying that little Hatchie only thought about hooking up with men every day. The expressions of many people around them changed when they heard this. No matter what, it was not nice to say such things to a girl. Unexpectedly, just when they all thought that little Hatchie was going to flip out, little Hatchie suddenly smiled. Oh, 8th divine envoy, are you talking about this? You don't have to worry about this. Although it's a little annoying sometimes, I'm already used to it. People who don't catch my eye will definitely not disturb me. It's the same no matter how many people there are. Oh, I almost forgot. 8th divine envoy, you probably haven't experienced this before. That's why you think that people's hearts are so easily swayed. She took a step forward and tilted her head to smile. 8th divine envoy, if you've seen this many times like me, you'll naturally get used to it. Xu Jing was instantly furious. This little Hatchie, was she mocking her? She was the 8th divine envoy. Of course, she could not be compared to this seductive girl. Hey, 8th divine envoy, I see that the dark circles under your eyes are getting heavier. Have you not been resting well recently? Well, if I were to be reprimanded in front of everyone, I reckon that I wouldn't be able to hold my head up high. Impudent. Hee, 8th divine envoy, don't be angry. I'm just joking with you, I've never been scolded by anyone before. Of course, I can't understand how you feel right now. If I've said something wrong, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Xu Jing was already choked to the point that she could not say a word. Only a raging fire seemed to be burning in her chest. She could not wait to tear the girl in front of her apart. Little Hatchie had already waved her small hand and lifted her feet to leave. The medicinal ingredients this time are enough for a while. I'll come back after a while. 8th divine envoy, let's meet again another day. After successfully choking Xu Jing, little Hatchie was in a good mood. She happily returned to her residence. However, before she reached her destination, she saw a person standing at the intersection. She stopped in her tracks. That person had already seen her. After hesitating for a moment, he came forward to greet her. Miss Little Hatchie. Little Hatchie looked at him in surprise. Liang He? Why are you here again? Didn't he run away because of her anger? Didn't he say that he would never look for her again? Why? Liang He's face turned red. Miss Little Hatchie, I was reckless that day. Please don't take it to heart. After I went back that day, I've thought about it carefully. Little Hatchie is a peerless beauty with countless admirers. I really don't have the qualifications to ask Little Hatchie to like me. He hesitated for a while before he spoke with difficulty. Miss Little Hatchie, I've thought about it. Your proposal that day. I can accept it. little Hatchie? Digression, in the end, a bootlicker will end up with nothing. Chapter 2269. Is Liang He crazy? The corner of little Hatchie's mouth twitched as she took half a step back. This isn't too good, right? Liang He hurriedly said, Lady Little Hatchie, I remember you said that the person you like isn't in the Illusion God Palace, right? If he doesn't come, then... Lady Little Hatchie, can you consider me for a while? Little Hatchie took half a step back. You mean, you want this lady to be with you first, and when he comes, you can leave? Liang He's face was extremely embarrassed, but he still nodded. When he heard Little Eight's words that day, he was indeed extremely angry in his heart. That was why he left angrily after saying those harsh words. But these days, little Hatchie's figure kept appearing in his mind. He couldn't sleep with anyone, and he couldn't do anything else. His entire mind was in a mess. Thus, after thinking for a while, he finally made this extremely difficult decision. Although he also felt that this was very bad, after saying it out loud, his heart felt a bit more relaxed. Of course, he also had his own plans. What kind of place was the Illusion God Palace? How could he come and go as he pleased? Who knows, that person might never come. Even if he came, it wasn't as if he didn't have a way to deal with him. Little Hatchie saw that his expression was firm, as if he was really going to do this. She immediately felt unwell. What was this called? After waiting for little Hatchie's reply for a long time, Liang He was also a bit nervous. Lady Little Hatchie, what do you think? Little Hatchie. Suddenly, a calm and cold voice came from behind him. Little Hatchie raised her head and saw that a person had already opened the door to the courtyard. He was holding a sword with both hands and standing upright, looking over with an indifferent expression. It was Enchanting. Little Hatchie widened her eyes in shock, almost suspecting that she had seen wrongly. Wasn't this person in the Peach Blossom Cove? Why did he suddenly come here? After thinking for a moment, she immediately realized something. You followed His Highness here? Enchanting nodded. His expression was still handsome and cold. His eyes swept across the two, stopping for a moment on Liang He. Liang He? Liang He's face filled with astonishment. You know me? Enchanting said indifferently, I've heard of you. Liang He was even more puzzled. This person didn't seem to be from the Illusion God Palace. You are, from the looks of it. He came from the courtyard and seemed to be very familiar with Little Eight, Enchanting. Liang He looked, Yanzas His Highness Tian, Ants Hatchie Heezes, of Sv SSS. Was, SSS, she, T's, S sheet. She said softly, Enchanting, you're finally here. I've been waiting for so long. Enchanting's body stiffened. He wanted to push her hand away, but when he looked down and saw her beautiful eyes, he suddenly stopped. Liang He was also stunned. Miss Little Hatchie, you are, during this period of time, he had some understanding of Little Hatchie. Although she was enchanting and beautiful, in reality, she was very distant and polite when interacting with other people. Apart from Chu Luyue and a few others, she was indifferent to most people. She didn't even bother to talk to them. Not to mention such an intimate attitude. Little Hatchie moved forward, intending to hug Enchanting's arm. However, Enchanting was holding his sword with both hands, motionless. It was like an iron cylinder defense. She raised her head and glared at him. She reached out and pinched his waist. Give me your arm. Hurry up. Would it kill him to cooperate with her? However, she didn't manage to twist it. Enchanting's waist was thin. Under his thin clothes, there were tough muscles. Her pinch was like a toy to him. Enchanting lowered his eyes to look at her. Little Hatchie threw 2 daggers at him. Enchanting let go of his arm. Little Hatchie immediately took advantage of the situation. Her slender white arms held his arm, and she moved closer to him. Her skin was really too white. Under the sunlight, it glowed with a clear and lustrous light. It was as if a slight force would leave a mark on it. Enchanting calmly looked away. Little Hachi had already turned around to look at Liang He. Now, is it clear enough? Liang He's face turned pale. He didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, she would come after he had just gritted his teeth and made such a difficult decision. He paused for a moment before asking, Is this the person you said you liked before? Enchanting's eyebrows twitched. Then, he heard the woman beside him laugh softly. Yes. Enchanting lowered his eyes slightly. Look, her appearance, figure, and temperament. Which one of them isn't the best? Little Hachi said as she tapped the back of Enchanting's hand. I remember that you've broken through to God before, right? Enchanting paused. Yes. Little Hachi immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled proudly. Very good. What she wanted was to crush him. Liang He, now, do you still want to compete? If you were me, who would you choose? Liang He choked and couldn't say anything. It was one thing to hear about it before, and another to see it with his own eyes. If this person hadn't come, he could still convince himself, but now, she saw such a man standing beside her, and she was intimately leaning against him. The two of them were so close that there was no gap between them, just like a perfect couple. If he continued to pester her, he would really become the joke of the entire Illusion God Palace. Liang He gritted his teeth, but his face was pale. If he had known earlier, Liang He, right? Before he could continue, Enchanting's arm dropped and grabbed Little Hachi's hand. His palm was hot, and Little Hachi immediately shivered and looked back at him in surprise. Enchanting's expression was as cold as before. He looked at Liang He and said lightly, Since she has already rejected you, please respect yourself. From today onwards, you are not allowed to be within 10 steps of her. Otherwise, you don't want to know how fast my sword is. The last sentence was cold and heavy, and it was a naked threat. Liang He's face turned red, and he was extremely embarrassed. But he was a celestial doctor. Unless he couldn't take it anymore, he wouldn't fight with a venerable god expert. Enchanting was too lazy to care about his reply. He pulled Little Hachi and turned around. Little Hachi, let's go. Little 8 blinked. Seeing Liang He's defeated expression, and knowing that he wasn't going to chase after them, Little 8 happily followed him. The courtyard's door was quickly closed. Liang He stood there for a while. Feeling extremely embarrassed, he finally left in a hurry. Little 8 turned his head to take a look and saw that he had already fled. Instantly, he narrowed his eyes in satisfaction and smiled. To deal with this kind of person, she had to use ruthless moves. Although she was shocked when he agreed to her suggestion, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that something was wrong. Liang He was the youngest supreme doctor in the Illusion God Palace. How could he really do this? As soon as Enchanting appeared, he was forced to retreat. She turned around. Lord Enchanting, many thanks. I couldn't tell that you were quite sensible. Enchanting let go of her hand. His fingertips seemed to still have that delicate and smooth touch, as well as a faint wisp of her fragrance. He said softly, It's nothing. Don't mention it. Chapter 2270. Little Hachi pursed her red lips. There was nothing wrong with Enchanting. He was just as cold as an iceberg all day long. He was so serious that he was almost stubborn. She thanked him sincerely, but he was still so polite. She yawned. Then I won't disturb you, Mr. Enchanting. I'll go back first. She had just taken a step when Enchanting called her again. Miss Little Hachi. Little Hachi paused and looked back at him. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. What did you call me just now? Enchanting was stunned. Miss Little Hachi. That's not right. You just called me Little 8. Little Hachi walked forward and came to Enchanting. She tilted her head and looked at him. Why did you call me Little Hatchie now? You sound so unfamiliar. She thought they were already familiar with each other. Enchanting paused for a moment. There was a reason just now. Little Hatchie stared at him for a while and snorted. Forget it. Call me whatever you want. She couldn't teach this person in a short time. After solving a small problem, Little Eight's mood was still very good. Moreover, it could be said that he owed Enchanting a favor. Please take care of me in the future, Mr. Enchanting. If something like this happens again, please remember to help me, Mr. Enchanting. Enchanting's expression changed slightly. In the future? This is not appropriate, is it? How could Little Eighth not know what he was thinking? His lips curled up. Mr. Enchanting, you're not married, and I'm not married. What's wrong with this? She didn't care about those people, but as time passed and there were more and more people, she would be annoyed occasionally. Now that Enchanting was here, wouldn't it save her a lot of trouble? Enchanting looked at her and asked. If one day Little Hatchie girl meets someone she likes, then I'll explain to him when the time comes. Little Hatchie patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I won't implicate others because of this. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes widened slightly. Could it be that Lord Enchanting already has someone he likes? If that was the case, then it was indeed inappropriate for her to do so. Enchanting looked at her and his Adam's apple bobbed. No. Little Hatchie was relieved and smiled again. That's good, that's good. I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb Lord Enchanting. As he spoke, he walked towards his room. After a long time, Enchanting withdrew her gaze and rubbed her fingertips gently. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Chu Luiyue was still moving forward on the star path. She had already deciphered almost all of the Grand Xian King Division's profound formations. The one in front of her was the last one. As long as she successfully executed this, it would mean that she had completed 4/5 of the entire star path and officially stepped into the path of a Grand Master's profound formation. The surrounding people were also waiting with bated breath. At this point, Chu Luiyue's talent and strength were already beyond doubt. Even if she didn't have a bloodline totem, everything she had displayed so far was enough to make people exclaim in admiration. Previously, when she broke Mu Yafeng's record, everyone thought that she was at most a little stronger than Mu Yafeng. But looking at it now, how was it just a little? Chu Luiyue had clearly left Mu Yafeng far behind. Bang! A silver stream of light flew up. A profound formation instantly condensed above Chu Luiyue's head. She raised her head slightly and took a look. Then, she let out a long breath. Actually, her mental energy and strength were also greatly exhausted at this time. Her lips were somewhat pale. She closed her eyes and adjusted the aura in her body. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Is she going to stop? She can't not stop. Isn't she a Grand Xian King teacher? The profound formations in front are all at the Grand Master level. That's true. But even so, she's still really powerful. This speed, if it were me, I really wouldn't dare to think about it. If she also had a bloodline totem, what would Mu Yafeng do? I reckon that the 7th divine emissary would also treat her differently. What a pity. All kinds of discussions came one after another. There were also some people who quietly looked at Mu Yafeng and observed her expression. It was just that Mu Yafeng was expressionless at this time, so they couldn't see anything. Of course, she was definitely unhappy. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be happy at this time. How could Mu Yafeng not know that these people were looking at her? All these years, because she was highly regarded by the 7th divine emissary, she was pursued by many people and also secretly envied by many people. There were definitely many people who were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. So no matter what, she definitely couldn't show anything at this time. Seeing that the last profound formation of a Grand Xian King teacher was also displayed, Mu Yafeng's hands in her sleeves clenched into a ball. It didn't matter. She was only a Grand Xian King teacher. Even if she had already seen the mythical flame diagram, it was impossible for her to comprehend those profound formations in such a short time. How could that threshold be crossed so easily? Thinking of this, Mu Yafeng's mood finally improved a little. She turned around and planned to leave. However, at this time, the surrounding crowd suddenly became restless. Many people sucked in cold air and let out waves of exclamations. Mu Yafeng immediately felt uneasy and turned around to look. This look finally caused the calm expression on her face to crack. A trace of shock and disbelief flowed out from between her brows. The woman standing on the star path didn't leave as everyone expected. Instead, after a short rest, she continued forward. Without the slightest hesitation, she stepped in. At the same time, a spot of light suddenly lit up. A Grand Master profound formation. Chapter 2271. Without any hesitation, she stepped into the path of the great Grandmaster Xian formation. Countless streams of light flew out from her hands and quickly intertwined with each other to draw an extremely complicated Xian formation. Many people were dazzled just by looking at it. However, from the beginning to the end, Chu Liuyue's movements did not have the slightest hesitation or pause. Every ray of light seemed to have its own consciousness as they landed where they were supposed to be. After a while, the outline of a Xian formation appeared in front of her. The lines on it were also quickly filling in and outlining. She's actually trying to use a great Grandmaster Xian formation. After the initial commotion, the surrounding crowd quieted down. Countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene without blinking, afraid that they would miss something. Mu Yafeng was also watching. However, the more she watched, the more panicked she felt. From the looks of it, Chu Liyue did not seem to be using a great Grandmaster Xian formation for the first time. Could it be that she's hiding her strength? Mu Yafeng could not help but murmur softly. Other than this answer, she could not think of any other reasonable explanation. However, Chu Liyue was a god and had just broken through to Supreme Doctor. How could she still be a great Grandmaster? Even if the illusory god palace gathered all the top geniuses in the world, there had never been such a heaven-defying person. Illusory God Palace. When Chu Liyue stepped forward and began to try to use a great Grandmaster Xian formation, Jin Yunlai knew about it. He stood with his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of the star path. After a moment, he no longer hesitated and walked outside. Even if she did not have a bloodline totem, such talent was extremely rare. He had to make a trip there personally. When he passed by the Black Jade Square, he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw Yu Qian standing there. Jin Yunlai stopped in his tracks, half-turned, and bowed in Yu Qian's direction. Second Divine Envoy. Yu Qian asked, "Are you planning to meet Sheng Guanyu?" Jin Yunlai was not surprised that he guessed it and nodded. "Yes." Yu Qian smiled. "I heard that he's not even 20 years old yet. To be able to perform so well, it's indeed rare." Jin Yunlai looked at him strangely. Yu Qian's standards were actually very high. There weren't many people in the entire illusory god palace that could receive such praise from him. "Just go ahead. After she finishes walking the Star Road, bring her to Fengming Mountain and say that I want to see her." Jin Yunlai was shocked. Fengming Mountain? Yu Qian nodded and laughed. "You probably don't know, but the current young master of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan is her contracted magical beast." Jin Yunlai walked out of the illusory shrine with mixed feelings and followed the star path. The moment he appeared on the star passage, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. "The seventh divine emissary is here. Are you here for Sheng Guanyu? That must be it, right? After all, Sheng Guanyu is the only one on the star passage. With such talent and performance, the seventh divine emissary would have already arrived if it were someone else. It's just that Sheng Guanyu doesn't have a bloodline totem, so it's been delayed until now." Mu Yafeng heard the commotion and immediately looked up. When she saw that it was really Jin Yunlai, she pursed her lips and dug her nails into her palms. Even this person is here. Is Chu Luiyue really going to make a comeback? Bang! A loud explosion sounded. Mu Yafeng turned around in realization and saw a silver profound formation that was much bigger than the one before. It was also much brighter and more dazzling than before. It was like a flower blooming in midair. The bright light illuminated the surroundings, and it also added a layer of faint light to Chu Luiyue, who was standing below. Everyone was silent. The Grandmaster Xian formation was completed. This also meant that Chu Luiyue had officially broken through to the Grandmaster Xian formation. Mu Yafeng's face turned pale and she almost couldn't stand straight. She had suffered too many blows during this period of time. Moreover, they all came from the same person. Every time she thought that she had guessed Chu Luiyue's true cultivation level, the other party would display even more shocking abilities. Looking at the great Grandmaster's Xian formation that had been successfully unleashed, there was a moment where she was completely stunned. She wasn't the only one. Most of the onlookers felt the same way. Including Jin Yunlai. He couldn't help but frown as he looked at the woman in a red dress with her hair flying in the wind. You deliberately concealed your strength before this? Chu Luiyue looked up. The Xian formation was displayed perfectly and it was a good start. Only when she heard Jin Yunlai's voice did she retract her gaze, and the corners of her lips raised into a brilliant arc. No, why would the seventh divine emissary say that? Jin Yunlai didn't believe her. If you weren't a grandmaster, how could you have comprehended this Xian formation in such a short time? Even a grandmaster would need at least a month to do so. She hadn't even been in the illusory god palace for that long. Chu Luiyue smiled lightly. Seventh divine emissary, I believe you can tell if I'm hiding my strength or not. As for how I did it in such a short time, the reason is simple, I'm very talented. Jin Yunlai, everyone, no one could refute this answer. Looking at Chu Luiyue's magnanimous and relaxed appearance, Jin Yunlai's heart wavered. Could it be that I really underestimated her before? When she walked the star path last time, I did pay attention. She was indeed a Grandmaster Xian. Did she really break through recently? But this was too, Jin Yunlai frowned. He suddenly understood why the Precious Treasures Pavilion had chosen her. If what she said was true, then, the aptitude she possessed was extremely terrifying. Jin Yunlai stared at her for a while and asked again. Do you still want to continue? Chu Luiyue glanced ahead. The Xian formations in this area were relatively simple and wouldn't take too much effort. But Jin Yunlai's arrival at this time seemed a little unusual. No. She shook her head and looked at Jin Yunlai. Seventh divine emissary, are you looking for me for something? Jin Yunlai knew that she was very smart, so she didn't hide it and simply nodded. Come with me. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the illusory god palace. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Jin Yunlai had always looked down on her. It was the first time that he took the initiative to look for her like today. Moreover, why was he still walking towards the illusory god palace? Was there anything that he couldn't say here? Chu Luiyue's mind raced. Without any hesitation, she followed him. After the two left, the originally silent crowd suddenly became restless and all kinds of guesses were made. Mu Yafeng was annoyed and turned to leave. On the other side, Chu Luiyue followed Jin Yunlai all the way. Jin Yunlai didn't say anything along the way, so Chu Luiyue tactfully kept quiet. The two, one in front and one behind, arrived at the gate of the illusory god palace again. Then, Jin Yunlai turned and walked to the right. Chapter 2272. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. This was the end of the star path, and further ahead was the magnificent and sacred palace of the illusory god. Other than that, there was only the rolling mountain range behind them. They were obviously not going to the palace of the illusory god. Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, and finally asked, Seventh Oracle, where are we going now? Jin Yunlai didn't even turn his head. Fengming Mountain. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Fengming Mountain? What's that place? Jin Yunlai didn't stop walking. You'll know when we get there. His voice was as cold as ever, as if he didn't want to say more. Chu Luiyue's lips moved, and she swallowed the rest of her words. Yes. Chu Luiyue continued to follow Jin Yunlai. They were walking along the outer wall of the palace of the illusory god. Because it was still cold and cheerless, there was no one else on the wide road except for the two of them. After all, this was still the territory of the palace of the illusory god. After walking for a while, Jin Yunlai finally stopped. In front of the two of them, there was a translucent barrier that blocked the road. A faint pressure was emitted from it. Even though Chu Luiyue was already a venerable god expert, she still felt a sense of suffocation in her chest. She frowned slightly, and quietly became alert. This time, the second oracle wants to see you. You should think about what to say later. Jin Yunlai finally turned around to look at her and said indifferently. Chu Luiyue was stunned. The second oracle? This identity was already the second in command of the oracles, and even Jin Yunlai and Xu Jing had to treat him with respect. But such a person actually wanted to see her at this time? In an instant, countless guesses flashed through Chu Luiyue's mind, but her face was as calm as ever. Thank you for your guidance, seventh oracle. Jin Yunlai nodded when she saw that she was neither servile nor overbearing. Other than his bloodline totem, Chu Luiyue's performance in other aspects was flawless. He raised his chin. Go in. Chu Luiyue felt a little strange. The seventh oracle is not coming with us. Jin Yunlai narrowed her eyes. This is Phoenix Cry Mountain, adjacent to the illusory god palace, and also one of the forbidden areas of the entire illusory god palace. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. He couldn't do it either. Chu Luiyue revealed a look of understanding, but secretly snorted in his heart. It turned out that this was the forbidden area that Jin Yunlai had mentioned before. However, he said that it was one of the forbidden areas. The illusory god palace had quite a few forbidden areas. She collected her thoughts and walked forward. She took a step forward, and her figure disappeared behind the barrier. Seeing that she had entered, Jin Yunlai frowned and remained silent for a while. He had always felt that it was inappropriate for the Yu Qian to meet Chu Luiyue here. However, the Yu Qian was the second oracle after all. In the current illusory god palace, he had a lot of authority. Especially now that the first oracle had been in seclusion, many things had fallen into the hands of the second oracle. Jin Yunlai suddenly remembered what Xu Jing had said before. The gate of heaven had already opened. Logically speaking, the first oracle should have come out. He pondered for a long time before turning around and leaving. At this moment, Chu Luiyue passed through the barrier and came inside. She stood still and looked forward. She was stunned. In front of her was a steep and tall mountain. However, there was not a single blade of grass on this mountain. It was just a charred and bare area. It looked as if it had just experienced a big fire. Even the area at the foot of the mountain was barren. There was no sign of life. Standing here and looking at this scene, she seemed to be able to smell the faint burning smell in the air. However, when she looked carefully, she found that many of the stones on the mountain had been polished with traces of vicissitudes. Even if something had really happened here, it did not seem to have happened recently. She suddenly thought of something and looked back. The magnificent illusory god palace was right behind her. However, there was a translucent barrier falling from the sky, separating the illusory god palace and this place. It was as if they were two different worlds. In an instant, she understood something. This so-called Fengming Mountain was actually the back mountain of the illusory god palace. The rumors that she had heard before suddenly appeared in her mind. That's right. Xiao Ran once said that tens of thousands of years ago, the illusory god palace had experienced a big fire that almost burned half of the palace. The current illusory god palace took 1,000 years to repair with great difficulty. It was also at that time that the crimson gold celestial phoenix, the guardian beast of the palace, defected from the illusory god palace. Since then, it implicated the entire clan and became sinners. Could it be that this Feng Ming mountain was also? It seems that you are quite interested in the illusory god palace. A gentle and young voice suddenly came. Chu Luiyue looked back vigilantly and saw a person coming from the scorched Feng Ming mountain. His speed was very fast. In a few breaths, he arrived in front of Chu Luiyue. When he arrived, there was not even the slightest fluctuation of energy around him. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled. This person's strength was definitely above the god realm. She quickly sized up the man in front of her. He looked to be in his 20s, handsome and gentle. It was really hard to imagine that he was the second divine envoy who controlled the life and death of countless people. At this time, Yu Qian was also looking at her. A faint wave of emotion flashed through his eyes. Greetings, second divine envoy. Chu Luiyue bowed her head respectfully and politely. Yu Qian came back to his senses and slowly smiled. I asked you to come here today because I have something to tell you. He raised his finger and pointed at the Feng Ming mountain behind him. Do you know where this place is? Chu Luiyue was startled. Wasn't this the Feng Ming mountain? Where else could it be? As if seeing through her thoughts, Yu Qian smiled and said, That's right. In the past, the guardian beast of the Divine Master, the crimson gold celestial phoenix, was raised here. Chapter 2273. Divine Master. Chu Luiyue's pupils suddenly shrank. Almost instantly, she understood that the Divine Master, that Yu Qian mentioned must be the true master of the palace of the illusory god. So, the crimson gold heavenly phoenix ancestor was not only the guardian beast of the palace, but also the Divine Master personally took care of it? To be able to leave the back mountain of the palace of the illusory god to it, it was enough to show the trust and love that the Divine Master had for it. But she didn't know what happened later that caused the Divine Master to betray and even directly burn down the palace of the illusory god. As it was related to the heavy secrets of the past, Chu Luiyue tactfully didn't answer. Yu Qian put one hand behind his back, slightly raised his head, looked at Feng Mingshan, and sighed softly. The Divine Master treated Yi Ling very well, but unfortunately, it let the Divine Master down. Chu Luiyue slightly pursed her lips. Yi Ling. This should be the name of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix ancestor. Hearing Yu Qian's words, it seemed that everything was as the rumors said back then. But who knew what the truth was? Yu Qian chuckled when he saw that she had remained silent. You don't have to be nervous. I didn't mean anything by saying this. I just felt emotional when I saw you. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Me? What was so good about her that made him feel emotional? She wasn't naive enough to think that Yu Qian, the second divine envoy of the palace of the illusory god, was really just emotional when he mentioned the past in front of her. Such a person's scheming methods were top-notch. Even if it was a sigh, a look, it was usually full of deep meaning. If it wasn't for another purpose, he wouldn't have let her come, let alone mention these things to someone like her who didn't even have a bloodline totem. Yu Qian nodded and said, Yes. Didn't you contract with the young master of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan? His expression and eyes were clearly very gentle, as if he was chatting casually with a close friend. However, Chu Luiyue clearly sensed an extremely dangerous icy aura, which instantly enveloped her. Her entire body tensed up. She looked up and fixed her gaze on Yu Qian. She felt a chill run down her spine. At this moment, even the air seemed to freeze. After a while, Chu Luiyue gently nodded. Yes. I contracted a crimson gold heavenly phoenix and it has been with me for many years. Why did the second messenger suddenly ask about this? Yu Qian revealed a satisfied expression. He always liked to deal with honest people. He laughed. That's no ordinary crimson gold heavenly phoenix. You have to know that in the past 10,000 years, the entire Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan has only produced two people with the purest bloodline. One is Yi Ling, and the other is the one you contracted. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Actually, I invited you here today to tell you something. I hope you can break the contract with that crimson gold heavenly phoenix. Yu Qian's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Chu Luiyue noticed that he didn't have any intention of compromising in his words. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she asked with a faint smile. Second messenger, can I say no? Yu Qian's expression was gentle. I'm afraid not. Chu Luiyue shut her mouth. She knew that the other party's attitude was firm. It was useless to continue talking. The other party was the second messenger. His status and strength were much higher than hers. She didn't seem to have any conditions to negotiate with the other party. After a long while, Chu Luiyue asked. Second messenger, what if I don't agree? Yu Qian said. That's a pity. I heard that Taizu of yours has a chance of breaking through to become a refining saint. And those subordinates are also quite talented. By the way, it seems that you brought your husband with you this time? Chu Luiyue's eyes turned completely cold. Master, the seventh messenger has asked the princess to leave. Yan Qing walked into the room and saw Rong Xiu sitting by the window. There was a chess set in front of him. He was holding a black chess piece between his slender fingers. He seemed to be hesitating where to put it. When he heard Yan Qing's words, he didn't even raise his head. He only said, yes. Yan Qing frowned slightly. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I'm afraid that the second messenger is the one who wants to see the princess. I know. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Then he raised his head and looked out of the window. He has always been calm. It's rare for him to lose his composure. It seems that the situation is not good. Yan Qing was even more worried. Master, with his character, once he is forced into a corner, I'm afraid that he will do anything. When that time comes, the princess will be in even more danger. Of course he will be anxious. The gate of heaven has been open for nearly 2 months. There is not much time left for him. Rong Xiu said lightly. Pa, the black chess piece was placed, instantly killing the white chess piece's last chance of survival. If he wants to hit the wall, let him go. There is no need to stop him. Yan Qing was shocked. Then she suddenly realized something and nodded slightly. Yes. Fengming Mountain. Hearing Chu Luiyue's answer, Yu Qian was not angry. Instead, he smiled slightly. After all, it is an ancient divine beast with a pure bloodline. It is normal that you are not willing to part with it. If it were me, I would not make this decision easily. How about this, I will use a condition to make an exchange with you. What do you want? Just say it. If it were others, they would probably think that Yu Qian was easy to talk to. But Chu Luiyue did not think so. This made her even more vigilant. In comparison, Yu Qian had the absolute right to speak in front of her. Even if she did not agree, could Yu Qian not do anything to her? But when he heard her refusal, not only did he not force her, he even took a step back. This matter itself was full of strangeness. Seeing that Chu Luiyue did not speak for a long time, Yu Qian said again, I see that you seem to be very interested in the palace of the illusory god. If you want to come in, just nod your head. And I can guarantee that you will be treated well in the palace of the illusory god in the future. Chu Luiyue smiled. The second divine envoy is right. I do want to enter the palace of the illusory god. However, as long as I finish the star path, I can achieve this goal. Why should I use dumpling to exchange? Yu Qian suddenly laughed, as if he had heard a joke. Shangguanyu, even if you break all the Xian formations on the star path, it is useless. Because you don't have a bloodline totem, the door of the palace of the illusory god will never open for you. Chu Luiyue did not say anything. However, if you are willing to break the contract with that crimson gold sky phoenix, I can let you have a bloodline totem. In this way, you can enter the palace of the illusory god and even become a god in the future. Why not? Chu Luiyue was shocked. Yu Qian's words meant, I heard that Mu Yafeng offended you before? Her bloodline power is not bad. If you don't mind, you can choose her. Of course, if you don't like her, there are many other choices in the palace of the illusory god. Yu Qian took a step forward and looked down at her with a smile on his lips. As long as you agree to my conditions, all of this will be within your reach. Chapter 2275. If it was anyone else who spoke to Yu Qian like this, they might have already been beheaded. But Dumpling was different. Yu Qian wasn't angry when he heard this. Instead, he was curious. He sized up Dumpling for a while, and his eyes were filled with unconcealable admiration. She's not even an adult yet, but she can already take human form. She really has a pure bloodline. Previously, he had only heard about it, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he knew how heaven-defying this crimson gold heavenly phoenix was. No wonder Yi Zhao didn't hesitate to freeze and seal the divine phoenix mountain, causing all the clansmen to fall into a deep sleep and refuse to hand her over. Your Dumpling. The impatience and frustration in Yu Qian's heart dissipated. His voice was even gentler and more polite than when he was talking to Chu Luyue. Dumpling hugged Chu Luyue's neck tightly and was extremely vigilant. You're not allowed to call my name. Chu Luyue patted her back lightly and wiped away the tears hanging at the corner of her eyes as she coaxed her. Dumpling, don't cry. You won't abandon you. Dumpling pursed her lips as if she was about to cry again, but she held it in and nodded vigorously. Yes. I want to be with you. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yu Qian frowned slightly. According to his previous plan, after letting Chu Luyue and Dumpling break the contract, he would completely cut off all contact between the two. But now, it seemed that he was facing a lot of pressure. Chu Luyue was fine, but the key was Dumpling. She was still young and only had Chu Luyue in her eyes. If he forcefully snatched her away, he was afraid that she would really do something ruthless. Absolutely not. A crimson gold heavenly phoenix with a pure bloodline was extremely rare. He had waited for so many years for this one. No matter what, there couldn't be any problems. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, since you guys are so insistent, then, we'll each take a step back. From now on, you can come here once a month. Second messenger, I said at any time. Chu Luyue emphasized. Yu Qian paused. Half a month. Chu Luyue smiled. Second divine envoy, you are so insincere. It is very difficult for me to agree to your request. Yu Qian gritted his teeth. It was rare for him to lose control like this, but the woman in front of him was really, the two sides were in a deadlock for a long time. Finally, Yu Qian said, good. I promise you. In any case, Fengming Mountain was surrounded by a barrier, and there weren't many people here. If she wanted to come, she could just come. What could she possibly do? However, I have to warn you in advance. Phoenix Cry Mountain was a holy land for cultivation for crimson gold heavenly phoenixes. However, this was not the case for the human race. If you insist on coming, I won't stop you as long as you can handle it. Yu Qian said in a deep voice. The corner of Chu Luyue's lips curled up. You don't have to worry about that. Yu Qian looked at her deeply. However, she had already looked at Dumpling in her arms and comforted her softly. Dumpling, don't be afraid. Just treat it as a change of place to cultivate. In any case, I will often come over to accompany you, Bean-sized crystal tears rolled down from Dumpling's eyes again. Her small body was sobbing, but she didn't say anything else. She only nodded her head while choking with sobs. All right. She knew that this was the best choice for the current situation. Chu Luyue kissed the space between her eyebrows with heartache. Dumpling, be good. Seeing this, the Yu Qian didn't say anything else. With a wave of his sleeve, a palm-sized white jade token flew out. This is my token. If you want to come to Fengming Mountain in the future, you can use this. Chu Luiyue caught the white jade token. Thank you, second messenger. No need. Yu Qian raised his chin. Now, you can cancel the contract. Hearing this, Dumpling instantly hugged Chu Luiyue even tighter. Chu Luiyue coaxed her for a while more before Dumpling reluctantly let go and stood in front of her. The two of them faced each other. Chu Luiyue looked deeply at Dumpling, then closed his eyes. She gently raised her hand, and a scarlet gold light suddenly flew out from her palm, heading straight for Dumpling. Dumpling's small shoulders trembled, and she also stretched out her hand with red eyes. The same ray of light flew out from her hand. The two rays of light converged and connected in midair, and the pressure was faintly discernible. Yu Qian watched from the side, his eyes moving slightly. The aura of the purest bloodline was indeed different. Even Yi Zhao, who had opened his seventh meridian, could not be compared to it. Although he had been checkmated by Chu Luiyue, it was all worth it. Bang! A faint shattering sound was heard. The two rays of light that were connected to each other were also annihilated. Yu Qian's heart settled. In this way, the contract between Chu Luiyue and Dumpling was completely cancelled. He lifted his leg and walked forward. Dumpling, follow me. As he spoke, he had already reached out his hand. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. A rune gradually flashed between Dumpling's brows. Immediately after, a familiar aura came from her body. When he saw this, Yu Qian's brows furrowed tightly. He quickly turned around and looked at Chu Luiyue. His gaze was cold and sharp like a knife. When it landed on a person's body, it was almost bone-piercing. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked up. Their gazes met, and in an instant, sparks seemed to fly in all directions. Yu Qian's gaze was solid, and it carried a powerful pressure that crushed over. He asked word by word, Shangguanyu, is your contract really cancelled? Chu Luiyue's heart instantly tightened. Digression, 6 p.m. Chapter 2276. After a short moment of silence, she said, of course. She and Dumpling didn't have an ordinary contract to begin with. Now that she said it was cancelled, it was just to save some face. Could the Yu Qian really see something? Then what's with the aura in her body? The Yu Qian's eyes were full of scrutinizing pressure as he stared at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. Just as he was about to ask, Dumpling asked crisply, hey, are you talking about this? The Yu Qian turned around and saw Dumpling pointing at the gradually fading totem between her eyebrows and asked. That's right. The Yu Qian replied affirmatively, but his eyes were still full of suspicion. If the contract between the two of you has really been cancelled, why is there still this aura left? This is clearly a special power that the Crimson Gold Celestial Phoenix has after contracting with a human. Although ordinary Crimson Gold Celestial Phoenixes inherited a certain amount of bloodline power, they wouldn't have such an aura. But Dumpling had it at this moment. Hearing this answer, Chu Luiyue and Dumpling quickly looked at each other and exchanged glances. His explanation was very interesting. Since this aura was only produced when the Crimson Gold Celestial Phoenix contracted with a human, how did he know? Seeing how confident he was, he must have seen it before. Then, there was only one explanation. The ancestor of the Crimson Gold Celestial Phoenix, Yi Ling, had a contract with the God Master of the Palace of the Illusory God. So now, he began to suspect Dumpling. Understanding this point, Chu Luiyue looked at Dumpling and blinked gently. Dumpling's heart lit up, and she immediately took out a crimson gold feather. I think it should be because of the ancestor's golden feather, right? Seeing Dumpling take out the ancestor's golden feather, a trace of shock flashed across the Yu Qian's face. Why do you have this? Of course it's because I'm the young master. Dumpling rolled her eyes and carefully put away the ancestor's golden feather. If it's not with me, do you think it's with you? She hated Yu Qian to the core, so she didn't hold back when she spoke. However, Yu Qian didn't have the time to care about this. He frowned doubtfully and looked at Dumpling. The aura he had sensed earlier was indeed the same as the aura on the ancestor's golden feather. Could it be that I was wrong? After all, Dumpling had the purest bloodline, so it was reasonable for her to obtain the ancestor's golden feather. Back then, he had asked Di Zhao for it, but he didn't manage to get it. It turned out that she was with Dumpling. Tuanzi's big eyes and the tip of her nose were still red. She sniffled and continued to complain. You've already separated me from Yu. What other contract can I have? His words were still filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Yu Qian gradually dispelled the doubts in his heart, and his expression eased. That's for the best. You have the purest bloodline. That kind of contract will only hinder your breakthrough. As he said that, he raised his chin. Let's go back to Fengming Mountain. After that, you'll be staying here most of the time. Dumpling looked at Chu Luiyue eagerly. I want Yu to go with me. Yu Qian paused. He wanted to directly refuse, but seeing that Dumpling was still agitated, he finally nodded and snorted. All right. As long as she can go up, I won't stop her. With that, he tapped the tip of his foot and took the lead to rush towards Fengming Mountain. On the other hand, Tuanzi turned around, ran over, and hugged Chu Luiyue's leg with its shiny little feet. Yu, come with me. Chu Luiyue bent down and picked her up. All right. In any case, she would come here many times in the future. She would first go and take a look at the situation on Fengming Mountain. Dumpling hugged her and snuggled into her embrace, her face full of reluctance. Chu Luiyue patted her back and rushed towards Yu Qian. Very quickly, Chu Luiyue understood why Yu Qian said those words. On Fengming Mountain, there was an extremely powerful pressure. She had only gotten a little closer when she felt as if her chest was being pressed down by something. She felt stuffy and her speed also decreased. A transparent heat wave swept over from the mountain. It was scorching hot. Chu Luiyue's forehead was quickly covered in sweat. His back was also quickly drenched in sweat, and then quickly evaporated. Yu Qian turned around to look. Seeing her reaction, he sneered in his heart. The fire that year on Fengming Mountain had directly burned down the entire back mountain. Even though so many years had passed, every inch of land and every piece of rock still retained traces of what had happened back then. Back then, Yiling's 9 meridians had all been opened, and his strength was unparalleled. Even though he had been dead for many years, his power was still there. Even he didn't come here often. Not to mention a god like Chu Luiyue. About 15 minutes later, Yu Qian arrived at the peak of Fengming Mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited for another 15 minutes before Chu Luiyue and Dumpling finally arrived. The moment her feet landed on the mountain, Chu Luiyue's eyebrows twitched, and she summoned her divine body almost immediately. A layer of beautiful soft armor quickly covered her body. With the divine body as a barrier, the burning sensation was finally reduced by a lot. Yu, are you all right? Dumpling asked worriedly. Chu Luiyue shook her head. I'm fine. Because she was worried that she would reveal something in front of Yu Qian, she had stopped borrowing Dumpling's power from just now. That was why it took her a lot of effort to come here. However, as long as she could hide it from Yu Qian, it was all worth it. Dumpling jumped down from her arms. She was barefooted, and her small, white feet stepped on the scorched mountain rocks. Not only did she not look like she was in pain, but she even widened her eyes slightly as she tugged at the corner of Chu Luiyue's shirt and muttered, I'm sorry. Yu, it's so comfortable here. Chu Luiyue felt relieved. It was fine as long as Dumpling was fine. Yu Qian chuckled at the side. The rocks on the back mountain were specially gathered by the Divine Master for Yiling back then. Not only can they nourish his body, but they can also increase his cultivation speed. Naturally, other places can't compare to them. If it were an ordinary crimson gold heavenly phoenix, they wouldn't be able to withstand it here. However, Dumpling has the purest bloodline, so she won't have this problem. This was why he had to choose this place to meet Chu Luyue. Feng Ming Mountain was originally prepared for Dumpling. Hearing his words, Dumpling curled her lips. No matter how good the place is, it has already been burned down. What's there to cherish? She still liked to be with Yu. Yi Zhao knew that she was extremely dependent on Chu Luyue and couldn't change it in a short time, so he didn't pay much attention to it. In any case, Chu Luyue wouldn't come often in the future. As time passed, the relationship between Dumpling and her would naturally fade. Dumpling, you can cultivate here in the future. Yu Qian's lips curled up. With your talent, it won't be long before you open your 7th meridian. In the future, it won't even be a problem for you to open your 9th meridian. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.